technological age, as we say, the age of technology. Right now, are you teaching them things like, coding? People actually, because these
They're doing
kids,
handwriting.
their brains are empty, right? So all you have to do is fill it up with the right things. If you're teaching them how, for me, I can't start learning how to code at the moment. I feel like I'm too old for that. I'm not that old, but
really?
Yeah, but
okay.
Then for these kids, they pick up things so easily and so fast. So at the end of the day, if you're changing the curriculum, make sure that you're putting things that would, enable them to be more employable. And I think another thing I want to add is the fact that history is really not in our curriculum as we would love for it to have to be there. We need to.
That's real history.
Yes,
of Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Not telling me that Mungo Park came and discovered my village.
No.
Where were my ancestors?
What happened in the Civil War? All those kind of things that we really, really need to know about Nigeria. Not the people that came, discovered, and moved away. No, the real heroes of Nigeria. Those things need to be added into the curriculum as well. So I think it's a whole overhaul of everything.
Yeah, but you're talking about education and people going back to school and all that. You go to Abuja, where everything, is the melting pot. It should be the melting pot because that's the capital of Nigeria. You find schools where children sit on the floor. There was a photograph and some videos a few weeks ago that were showing schools in Abuja. Wow. They had no desk. They had nothing in the school. The children were sitting on the floor and writing in Abuja. So if it can happen in Abuja, then you can imagine what will happen. So now, more or less, the government has just removed education from their list and put in the hands of private individuals that may not do what they're supposed to do because they are driven by the business of the education.
And even if they do, it's so pricey that a lot of people cannot afford it.
Too much. So I don't know what they're talking about.
My friend made a joke. She's like, oh, I want to put my child in crèche around this neighborhood. And she's like, why am I paying ₦1 million for my child to go and just play in school? But at the end of the day, because you know that you can't put your child in a public school, what are they really getting? So you're saying, okay, I want to put you in a private school where I'm sure that, the curriculum is better, you're learning faster. But guess what? That comes at a price. The price tag is humongous. So how many people in Nigeria can actually afford this education we're talking about?
Well, maybe I'm talking like a poor man, but for ₦1 million, I'll go to NCE and employ like 5 of them. Yes, to be homeschooling that person, and a nanny will be there. All those people will be covered by that ₦1 million. Why will I just send my child to go and play in school for $1 million? But you find out that if you don't do that, you don't have a good alternative. You go into a primary school, a government primary school now, one class is holding like 120 pupils and one teacher that has not been paid or is being paid a paltry sum. I have a PhD holder friend who is in the civil service that has not received up to 100,000 before.
Wow.
So how would you want that person to work just because you have pensions for that person and you're keeping the person there? There's pension for you, so government work is better than any other work.
But how
pension that you're not even sure of, because Nigeria is borrowing from the pension fund, and the pensioners themselves are not getting their money. Some of them go there, sleep for how many days because of verification and all that. It's crazy.
Well, if the government really does this and they do it well, because whatever is what doing well. So as long as they can do this and we're sure and they do it well, that would be commendable. And I think that would be a step in the right direction.
Well, 94 billion naira is what has been voted for whatever you're thinking about, because they remove the personnel costs, they remove any other expenditure. What was left for capital expenditure, as they call it, is 94 billion naira. It's not dollars, and it's still not the percentage of the budget, the annual budget, as recommended by the United Nations. So I don't know what we're talking about. But this thing is possible. The Southwest did it at the time of Awolowo. He said this must happen, and that's why we have like more educated people in the Southwest. So Nigeria can replicate that in the entire nation, except they don't want to.
Well, let's just hope that they do. Anyways, moving on to another story. Nigeria has been thrown into darkness as national grid collapses again. Nigeria's electricity grid has once again thrown the country into darkness as the government-operated system went down Monday afternoon. The system collapsed at about 1 p.m., cutting down electricity from 4,032.80 megawatts at about 12 p.m. to 43 megawatts at 1 p.m. and a meager 303 megawatts at about 5 p.m. Most discos confirm that their feeders are out, even as over 22 electricity plants on the grid were all reading 0 megawatts as of 5 p.m. going by the data available on the Transmission Company of Nigeria's system network. The national grid, one of the most embarrassing entities of the power sector, has failed many times this year alone, even as the grid has collapsed for about 138 times in the last 1 decade. Just recently, TCN had rolled out the drums over a misleading celebration of 400 days of no system collapse. About 2 months ago, the grid system in a double jeopardy collapsed at about 12:40 a.m., only to go down again at 6:40 a.m., 6 hours interval. Data on the grid collapse showed that in 2013, the country recorded 24 power system collapses. The collapse incident stood at 13 in 2014. In 2015, the grid collapsed at about 10 times. In 2016, it rose to 28, while 21 cases were recorded in 2017. Grid collapse cases in 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 were 13, 11, 4, and 4 respectively. It collapsed about 10 times between 2022 and this year. A check-in as of 1 p.m. on Monday on Ibom Power was left on the grid with 43 megawatts. Only Azura was on the grid at 5 p.m. with 303 megawatts. A number of distribution companies, Discos, confirmed to us that the grid went down at about 1 p.m. yesterday. So yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
So when I got home yesterday, I was like, at about 6 p.m. there was still no light. And
yeah,
like,
there was a flash. There was a flash while we were at work. You know,
yeah.
It was flash and then it went back maybe 3 minutes or so. Yeah. I was told when I got home, and I don't know. It's really embarrassing, like they said, one of the most embarrassing things.
We supply power to some other countries, neighboring countries.
Some countries that are celebrating years of interrupted power supply. We are having 400 days and celebrating. I don't know how they want the international.
Of which that's not even true, because I don't even think you go 400 days and you celebrate. And I am sure that, you know, there were times that it's not uninterrupted. They're just saying that the grid did not collapse in that 400 days.
You're
so it's not uninterrupted power supply, because in the last 400 days or in the last 1 year, there are so many times that I've had to, you know, move over to an alternative power source, which is, you know, your diesel generators. And that right now is so expensive.
And then I just ask myself, are we serious? Are we playing in this country, as we like to say? Because we have so much sunlight. Why are we not exploring that? Now we're talking about global warming. Who knows whether our River Niger will dry up? God forbid, anyway. But what if it happens? Even if it doesn't happen, why do we have to rely solely on hydro-powered electricity and not consider the solar energy that we have in abundance? You know, you can't even step out of the
And we're going to COP28, so if we're going there, that means we should be looking at all of these alternatives that we can bring to the nation.
I don't know whether our leaders are, well, there are so many words coming that I should not
Everyone
say.
is thinking about oil, so I think our leaders are more fixated on oil, so they never really, you know, move out of the box to other things that we might need.
But they know these things, and they're not doing them. You go over to the America, they go to the UK, they go to every other country that they go to, they're exploring solar energy.
I think it's a scale of preference type of thing. So in the scale of preference, that's probably not on the top. Like that doesn't make the list.
What should be? Because our economy is the way it is because of the power that we have. If we had better power, steady power, and cheap power, we would have progressed more than this.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Because a lot of companies, you know, rely on this. Even the lady downstairs, the person who's selling in a kiosk, she also relies on power to be able to chill her drinks, because we live in a very hot environment. The weather is so hot and humid. So the lady needs, you know, power to be able to chill her drinks for you to be able to buy them and be satisfied.
The barber needs electricity.
You know, to
the
cut
hairdresser needs electricity. Everyone needs electricity.
So imagine if they're spending so much on petrol or diesel, that obviously increases the cost of, whatever service they're going to render to you. So therefore, they're not even going to make as much money for the nation for revenue.
Let me ask you a personal question. How much do you spend on diesel per month?
So last month I spent 170,000, and I live in a very small I wouldn't say matchbox, but a very small and cute apartment. Yes, 107,000
on diesel in
diesel.
a country that has national power, whatever it is.
And we supply to some neighboring countries too.
Okay, 170.
It's sad.
There are people who will be looking at you like, oh, that's like 5 months' salary for me. Because truly, there are people who are earning 15,000, 20,000, and maybe if you're earning 50,
honestly, this previous month, I even told my neighbors, I'm like, I'm not sure I want to do this, because it started from 80,000, then it went to 100, 120, 150 last month, and this month was 170, and I'm like, where are we going to? At some point, we'll get to a place where we have to start paying 200, 250. How much am I making? That I'm spending so much money on just power alone, and that's even an alternative power. We're not talking about what I'm paying to, the power holding company as well. And then I have to pay my rent, I have to feed, I have to fuel my car. There's a lot. Nigerians were, well done, Nigerians. We are going through a lot. God will help us.
You'll move to Mowi, or you
at this point,
or you move to.
I might move to my father's house in Ikorodu at this point.
But you see, that's the reason a lot of people go through the kind of stress they go through. People come from Ogun State, all the way to come and work in Lagos State and pay tax in Lagos State. And Lagos State is just comfortable. After all, they're still coming here. They need Lagos to survive. But what are you doing to make sure that these people are comfortable enough? Now, we have gone to COP28, we have gone to other places and told the world that we are going to produce, or we are going to supply 100
electric buses.
We are going to, and that is 100 buses. Even Lagos BRT is more than 100.
Well, no, maybe they want to start with this, since it's just electric buses. So if you're looking at electricity powering these buses, they're like, okay, let's start small and then let's see how we go. Sorry, I always have to make a case.
Let me not even say what I intended to say, but this final one is just a very fast one. LASTMA sacks 5 officials for corruption and other offenses. The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority has terminated the appointment of 5 of its officials for corruption and other offenses. In a statement on Monday by LASTMA spokesman Adebayo Toafik, the Traffic Management Authority said letters of termination of appointments were released to the officers on December 8, 2023. Good thing, LASTMA. Every other agency should sit up and make sure that the bad eggs within them should be removed. And I'm still talking about this bombing that happened. Let us see people answering for their mistakes.
Yes.
And so many other things. Falana even warned that they should compensate all the families.
Yes.
In the last decade, there have been so many mistaken
errors
bombing.
like this. Yes.
It's so wrong.
But aside compensation, I think you must pay. There are consequences for certain actions, right? So you can't just go scot-free and say, oh, it happened, oh, sorry, a pat on the back, oh, well done, and that's it.
Have them removed. But the thing is, the last administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, the service chiefs were said to be very corrupt, and so many reports, damning reports came out, and guess what? They were removed and then given ambassadorial positions in other countries. So
what that tells you is, it's almost like you're rewarding corruption, or you're rewarding bad behavior. Because if an error like this could happen, right? Maybe for the Kaduna bombing we're talking about, but an error could happen and nothing is being done. That means you're telling the other people, the subordinates, that it's okay. You can do it as well and nothing will happen. And where does it end?
So long as you know the right people.
Yeah, so it's a cycle. It's a vicious cycle. It just keeps happening. People are corrupt and you're not saying anything about it. You're like, oh, it's fine, we'll sweep it under the carpet. You are rewarding bad behavior and you're letting them know that it is okay to do it and nothing happens to you. So, and I think, if they remove these people, like for the LASTMA officials now, it's a great thing, because that serves as a stern warning to others. Like, if you do this, these are the consequences of these actions. And when that happens, I'm sorry, we have to let you go. And in fact, you'll be disgraced. Your face will be on national TV.
Police, are you hearing? Well, the police does it, but the culprits, the greatest culprits we know about this corruption are the policemen. on our roads and everywhere else. Sometimes the police removes these people, but I think they should even do more. I don't know how they do it, except somebody complains about it and the person is lucky for that threat to go viral. They don't act on it.
Yes.
So sometimes let the PRO or some other people who are high up there go in Mufti and see what their officers do.
Exactly.
And then when they do that, they can take some actions. And
name and shame.
Yeah. When others see that you might be dealing with a police officer in Mufti because you're doing one or two things, they will sit up and all that. But you know,
definitely
one day, as we say it now.
All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at what the national dailies are saying this morning in Off the Press. Stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican president Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Thank you for staying with us. You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for Off the Press, a look at what the national dailies are saying this morning. And we have Chris Kende Wando, member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, was joining us from Lagos State this morning. Good morning, Mr. Chris. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay. I mean, we're having a conversation even before we came up. We were looking at The Guardian, and I think something that really that jumped out at me was the fact that a basket of fresh tomatoes now is 100,000 from 40,000 naira in May, and then we have the 50 kg of rice now 60,000 when it was 27,000 naira in May. And so the headline here says that Nigerians grown as basic needs exceed real income, and there are a lot of things listed here. We have noodles, we have palm oil. Everything is now being so expensive, and here we see that 90% of Nigerians cannot afford a healthy diet. What do you have to say about all of this? The prices are ridiculous at this point. From May to December, we're seeing like 150% increase in all of these things. And you know, it's time for the Christmas. Christmas is just in time for Christmas Day. And how are people supposed to be able to afford all of these things?
Yeah, on a lighter mood, often we're talking about how rice, those of us that grew up in the 70s, how rice was not a stable food. We only eat, some of us, those of us from the very, very poor family, we only eat rice probably on Sunday or Christmas Day or New Year. My brother there will understand that. You know this.
Yeah.
I know how it was.
You will understand, you know, these young boys and girls these days. Once they go out, they go to the nearest city and eat rice, jollof rice, fried rice, coconut rice.
Party rice.
Party jollof.
Yeah, party rice. You know there's party jollof.
Yes.
Party jollof is different. That smell, you know.
Yes.
But on a more serious note, we know this was going to happen. That is why when we see some people in government trying to defend our legal parties are getting better, because are better paid. New Hope, and MBS come out and say the economy is improving, there's so much growth. I continue to say that all these are fallacies, because at the end of it, whatever growth you think you take, if it does not impact the pocket of the average Nigerian, or does not impact the life of an average Nigerian, to be able to afford just the basic necessity of life, which is food. We are not even talking about shelter now. Shelter is a different thing, because if you go into the cost of living and cost of accommodation across Nigeria now, very, very unaffordable to so many people. So many Nigerians are owing their rents, they cannot pay. But let us even talk the basic food. So many Nigerians are going to sleep hungry. It started from 111 to 101 to 2011 to 001. Now people are, I'm sure you understand the ratio. Yeah. Now it is 000. So many people cannot afford to eat, both within the urban area and also in the villages. And that is a big problem. Look at the cost of rice, price. Don't forget that also that we, at the time, we are priding ourselves at being able to produce more and enough rice for the Nigerian market. And also, my brother is from a place where rice cultivation is well known. Yeah. And you can ask him now, how many of those rice cultivation is taking here? And so many that we used to have Abakaliki rice, we used to have KB rice, and the rest of them. Then it was affordable to a large extent. Christmas at this time, you see rice problem, but now you can't see any. Both the imported and the local rice are not affordable. The price of a tuber of yam goes for close to about 2,000 naira. A loaf of bread is over 1,000 naira. And you continue to ask yourself, how will Nigeria feed? That is the problem. And that is why we say this government should hit the ground running. The era of grandstanding and saying that we are lucky to have a government, Nigerians are feeling the pains. And if something is not done, something will give. Because the rich are not sleeping, because the poor are awake. Listen to that again. The rich cannot sleep because the poor are awake. Let us use our tongue to count our teeth.
So where do we go from here as a nation? Is there even any possibility that we might be seeing some relief anytime soon? And I mean, from your statement saying the rich cannot sleep because the poor is awake, I think what I would deduce from that is there might be a fear of insecurity at some point. We've heard cases of people stealing in traffic and all of that. So are we going to even get better as a nation? Will people feel some relief at some point, anytime soon? Or is this how it's going to be maybe for the next foreseeable future?
Yeah, some people say it's going to be harder before it gets better. Do you believe in that for Nigeria?
It doesn't have to be harder. It doesn't have to be harder. These are basic things. Agricultural products, Nigeria have one of the best fertile land in the whole of the world. If you're traveling from Lagos through Shagamu or to Benin, you see an array of vast land, green, lush. What that tells you is that those lands are. Nigeria is one country where you just open the soil and drop something and it germinates. So we have been well blessed by God. The problem we're having is that our government is not taking out of the bus. We need to invest so much in agriculture. They depend solely, not only for local consumption, but also for export. The situation where we have to depend on oil every time is not helping matters. How much is even oil in the international market? The prices is going up, or is at a point. Also, we're having the issue of. So the issue is that we can make so much money. If you remember in the 60s, Nigeria had not discovered oil in this large quantity in the 60s. And you see that the regions, and that is what we're also talking about, the thinking with the constitution, where we can allow the various regions to be able to look at what best they have and what they can be able to produce and be able to do. Let me give you a classical example. The Southwest was noted for cocoa. The North was noted for groundnut. The Southeast was noted for coal. Most of the developmental projects that you had in the 60s and the 70s before oil boom was done by, I'm sure you've heard of the Cocoa House in Ibadan. Yes. Cocoa House used to be the tallest building in the whole of Nigeria. It was built by the Southwest government then under Awolowo for money realized from cocoa. Why Enugu is known as the coal city is because there's so much coal in the south, and it was used to be able to galvanize development in other cities. Locomotive, all this issue of talk about the trains, locomotives, and so many other things. Then the north, we used to have the Kano pyramid, Granite pyramid. I grew up to know it because in the 70s, my dad lived in Kano. I saw those pyramids. Where are those pyramids today? Rice was in abundance. We used to have palm oil. In my own region, in my own state of Imo State, we used to have palm oil. I, as a young boy, grew up knowing I know how to make palm oil. If you tell me, if I get the fruits now, I can tell you, yes, for free, that I know how to make palm oil. We used to make a lot of palm. But do you know that we import palm oil from China now? Yeah. We import palm oil from Malaysia. Do you know that we're even starting importing gari from China? There's China gari now. That is terrible. So what I'm saying in essence is that government should massively to try as much as possible to be able to invest in agriculture, make it very, very, it's lucrative, for goodness sake. That is just on one part. The second part is also that most of this, because of insecurity, most of our people are not going back to the farm because when they get kidnapped and get killed. So most of them don't go. They don't go to the farm again. Then third leg to it is that even when they get this food product, to be able to move them around is also difficult. One, the roads are terrible. You can't moving things from the north to the south is a problem. Then the third, they also want to that is that the prices of moving them as well. You know the price of fuel. You know how much a liter of diesel costs now. So it's a multiplying effect which the government have to look at holistically to be able to make sure that. So yes, we're going to have the short term, medium term, and long term. But let us even start with the short term before getting to the long term.
Okay, let's move as quickly as possible. We go into political matters. Still on the Guardian newspaper, we have Jail awaits those forging Akeredolu's signature, says Commissioner. Yesterday, the headline was that there will be no prosecution for the people forging Akeredolu's signature. Now the Commissioner is saying this. Maybe they will come for him. But just your comment generally on what is happening in Ondo State.
Well, we say it time and time again on that what is happening is in Ondo State is an aberration. We are a governor for almost 1 year we stay out of the state and say that it's governing the state from another state or your state. It is never done. It's an aberration. But it goes on the people of Ondo State to also be and through their representatives who are the members of the House of Assembly to be able to do it. If it's going to be doctrine of necessity, it's going to be fully empowering the deputy governor to now act as an acting governor so that he can have the power to do it. What is happening is that this reminds me of what happened during the Yar'Adua era, when Yar'Adua was sick. And all manner of things were going on in government that we didn't know who was in charge. Try was in charge. Andoka, who was the AGF then, was in charge. And so many other miracles around that Nigeria was on the trip for. The same thing is happening in the state. And I thought by the truth called by the president would have saved the situation, but it seems that it's getting worse because that was a senior advocate of Nigeria from the state, my very good friend, came out to say that some people are forging the governor's signature and trying to use that to place the state. The Commissioner of Information quickly came out and said, oh, there's nothing like that. There was nothing like that. These are the statements of distractors or political or whatever. But you just less than 48 hours or 72 hours. One of the commissioners in the state came out to say, yes, that the governor's signature was forged on a document that was sent to him. And it has been proven that those were. So what are we talking about? So I think that they need to do the needful. And when we continue to look at the situation where the president had to be intervening, the president is the president of Nigeria and not the president of the state. The constitution is very, very clear about authority. The governor has the authority in the state and the president has. Yes, he might be a member of his party and rest of them, but I think this solution might only be solved by the people of Ondo State by themselves. I heard today that already one of the people that the president has summoned the speaker and also the deputy governor back to Aso Rock to talk. But the part is that we need to do the needful. That power, if it's seen and known that the governor is incapacitated and cannot be able to do his job, then the deputy governor should be able to take over as the acting governor of the state and be given full power to run the state. Things cannot continue to go this way. We are just a lawless society. That is the problem. Nobody respects the law. People just do things the way they like and how they like, and just knowing fully well that nothing will happen to them and they will not be held accountable. For goodness sake, how can a whole state like Ondo State, with all the intellectuals in that state, just be on a free fall or autopilot with nobody in charge, and things are happening and nobody's talking about and nobody's doing anything about it? It's just quite unfortunate for me.
Okay, staying in political matters, let's move over to River State. We're looking at Daily Trust right now, and one of the headlines here says, Fubara mom. PDP demands fresh polls as 27 pro-Wike lawmakers join APC. What do you think about this right now? Yes,
River State is another boiling point. But let me state this, that every politician have a right to decamp to any party or whatever he wants. But the fact is that the 1999 Constitution is very, very clear on the issue of decamping. If you are decamping from one party to another, it is well stated. And that is section 109, sub 1 and G of the 1999 Constitution as amended. If you are going to decamp from the party that got you elected, especially in the legislative, then you are going to vacate your seat. That is what that section of the Constitution. It has been taken up to Supreme Court, but there's also a caveat if there's any problem or whatever within the party. But it's neither here. As I said, Nigerian Constitution, 1999 Constitution as amended, section 109 sub 1 is very clear about it. So the PDP has the right to write to INEC to declare the seat of these lawmakers vacant as it were. And if INEC accept that, then definitely there is going to be an election in River State, where those seats that be requested. But they have to go through the mill. But it's quite unfortunate because we don't learn from history. I just continue to say we don't learn from history. Our politicians don't learn from history. Let me give you another scenario. Something of this nature happened in Akwa Ibom State when Godson Akpabio was governor. When he left, and anointed or appointed or picked Emmanuel Odom to become the governor of Akwa Ibom State. When he was elected, Godson Akpabio, for whatever reason, decided to live for APC. And he did. And he wanted some members of the legislature to go with him. And some did, and some didn't. But the fact remains is that people thought that with that Godson Akpabio was going to take total control of Akwa Ibom and the rest of them. Lo and behold, when elections were held late, I think the second term or whatever, Odom Emmanuel floored Godson Akpabio. People don't know how powerful a governor is. A governor of a state is very, very powerful. We saw it happen in Edo State. We saw the problem between Oshomole and what's his name, Obaseki, that forced Obaseki out of APC. And others Oshomole thought that he had Edo State under wrap. For goodness sake, when the election was, Obaseki had to move to PDP. When the election was, he floored. In fact, even Oshomole lost in his local government. So our politicians should be very careful. I just believe that what is happening is just a fight between the governor and his governor. But Mr. Wike should be very, very careful. It's only God that gives power and takes power. Right. Irrespective of whatever has happened, I think God has been very, very good to Mr. Wike. He was a minister, he was local government chairman, he was a chief of staff. Now he became a minister again, and let him not overstretch his law, as it were. For whatever reason, I expected him to have be able to reach out to his boss and be able to resolve this amicably. Where Amana is going, the next question is when is Nelson Wike going to come to take this? And with what is happening, it seems that they are giving enough power to the governor to now establish himself and ever to be able to take control of Rivers State PDP as it were. But let's see and wait and see how this pans out.
Yeah, let's see how it unveils.
Yeah. Talking about we've talked about politics, and right now we don't know whether this is tied to politics or not. Accidental bombing of civilians must never reoccur, Tinubu warns army. And we're just wondering if this warning is enough. What is your take?
The warning is not enough to bring those behind it, the corporate, to book. That is only where it was, because this is not the first time this has happened. It has happened in time. I know that there was time that an IDP camp was also bombed before, or thereabout. There have been instances of presidential discharges by our security agencies. And at the end of it, there's supposed to be an investigation. Till now, nobody got to hear about that. Nobody got to know whether anybody was published. Let us not be too far away from that. Yes, as they happen in this situation, there's what we call friendly fire. Even in the United States, there are instances where the United States military have to bomb or certain areas, I think the previous during Iraq and some other Syrian areas where I think that even their own personnel were recorded. But this is an accident that was avoidable. If in journalism we are told and we are taught that when you are in doubt, don't publish. I know I'm sure you know that. That is what we are taught in journalism. If you are in doubt, don't publish, no matter how. The same thing should happen to this. When you are in doubt of the situation, and you know that you cannot be able to verify whether these people are actually bandits, they don't need to bomb. Even if you say they are embedded with bandits, does it mean that for being embedded with a bandit means that you must bomb? Because when you do that, you are going to kill both the bandit and also the people. And thirdly, also, some of these bandits also have captives. They have Nigerians that they kidnap, they pick, and it's within their means. So if you are going to do that, if you are going to bomb them just for the fun of it, then you are going to kill innocent Nigerians. Then I ask you again, what is the place of Intel? The essence of every security agency across the globe. Use more of Intel. What you use are those intelligence gathering. Do your intelligence gathering and get information on how to be able to approach issues. And a part of those that give you the intel are the villagers, are the communities, and the rest of them. So, but by the end of the time, you start bombing and killing them, then always you are not getting it right. So, then lastly is what I also call interagency relationship. The problem we are having with our military is that there's no interagency relationship. Army is doing their own thing, Navy is doing their own thing, Air Force is doing their own thing, Civil Defense is doing their own thing. If there is intelligence gathering and intelligence sharing, probably the Nigerian Air Force would have told the Army that, please, what we are thinking that are bandits are not bandits, please nonsense. And it was not an aircraft that they used drone. If you are managing an aircraft, there's possibility that before the pilot drop the ball, you say, I have a second look. These guys, they look like bandits, they look like kidnappers. A second look. But if it's a drone, once you send the message, recalling that drone is not. So that is why I'm saying that let them be very, very careful. And an investigation should be done. It just go beyond just say, it must not happen again. Let those that were behind it, if fine company, should be punished. So it acts as a deterrent to others within that rank that engage in this kind of thing. But as I said, accidents do happen, and it's just unfortunate that we lost one innocent life, just like that.
All right. Well, we hope that this type of errors don't happen, because when we look at the trajectory of things, it has happened in time past, and we hope that this would be the last one for now. So let's move over to the Daily Independent newspaper, and one here says, my resolve to keep Nigeria secured has not waned. That is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu saying that yes, his resolve to keep Nigeria safe is still right on track. But would you think that the president is right on track right now? Are we seeing Nigeria being secured at the moment?
Well, it's a double-edged sword that cuts either way. Yes, he's trying his best under the circumstances, but I don't think we've gotten there. We might be on our way to that, securing Nigeria, but it would not get it. It's a walk in the park. Let me give you a classical example. Report coming in this morning says that 26 people were kidnapped in Abuja, FCT. I'm not talking about any other place. FCT on Sunday in Dede area. Then another report also came in that 4 people were kidnapped in Buhari area. I think Buhari, yes, one of the probably also in Abuja. 1 woman and 3 children. One of those kids was a 6-month baby. That is in Abuja. That is where the president resides. That is where we have the seat of government. If that is happening, then you can now imagine. A traditional was kidnapped, I think crossover yesterday. One of his age was also killed. It is the same thing across board in Oba, in Anambra State. Yesterday, about 10 people were kidnapped. One of them was beheaded. So when you put all this into context, you now ask yourself that, are we really winning the war against insecurity? Of course not. And there's going to be a rise within this period, because this is the yearly type period, and that crime seems to rise that much. So, in as much as I commend the president, his ability, his story, saying that yes, he's called out to be able to curb the issue of insecurity. But let us also make sure that we put everything in place. Yes, there's a Nigerian Army conference going on in Borno State. We are senior officers of Nigerian Army. That is where the president went to. He made that speech. I hope that what will come out of that conference will be utilized and be able to use to be able to curb this. There's also a high level of insecurity also going on in the north. It is not just at one point. Insecurity in South, insecurity in the Southeast, in the North, in the Southwest, everywhere there's a high level of insecurity. And I hope that our security agencies should be able to put up that thing. And I will continue to say, the best way to be able to win this, or part of the best way, is not just kinetics alone, but to also be able to win the confidence of the people, so that they can be able to volunteer information, as is done all over the world. Nigerians don't like volunteering information to our security agencies because they believe that those information given will get back to the bandits, to kidnappers, armed robbers, and they will be harmed. So if we can be able to build that kind of level of confidence between the people and the security agencies, it will go a long way. Because most of these people that are perpetrating this evil live within us. People know them. People know them very, very well. They know them. So, but they are afraid to volunteer information, believing that those information will be traced back to them. So if we can be able to build up that confidence, then I think the ability to be able to cut this menace will be reduced significantly.
Okay. Okay, sorry. This one is not a question. We'll just like to congratulate you because you are a Nigerian. The CAF Awards was more or less a Nigerian thing. The whole papers are carrying it. Osimhen became the Men's Footballer of the Year, African Men's Footballer of the Year. Oswala got it for the 6th time.
Yeah.
Congratulations to her. And Nadozie, the best keeper in Africa. And the Falcons of Nigeria was the best team in Africa. So it was a Nigerian thing, more or less. So we'd like to say congratulations to you, as we are saying to ourselves as well. We're proud of this.
Yes, you know? Yes, it's a big congratulations because the cherry for me is the fact that this is the first time in 24 years that a Nigerian is going to be, going to win that award. The last time a Nigerian won it was in 1999 when Kanu Nwankwo and Mercy Akide also did this. They both won it, the male and female. But since then, there are so many misses. In fact, there was a particular one that I thought that J.J. Okocha was going to win. Remember that particular edition? But we thought that it was going to be J.J. Okocha, and before you knew it, they took it away from us. So, but that is the part of it that I'm very happy. But if you go to the social media, go to what is even trending more is the fact that a Nigerian coach and a Nigerian former captain and a former African Footballer of the Year for Nigeria, in the person of Emmanuel Lamuni, voted against Osimhen. I'm sure. So congratulations to Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's a good one for us. It's a good way to end the year.
Yeah. So, well, we'd like to thank you, Chris, for coming on the show this morning. It's always a pleasure having you join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure having you to be with you. Have a wonderful day again. Merry Christmas in advance.
Thank you, and you too.
Okay, Chris Kehinde Nwandu, member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, talking to us from Lagos here. He has already wished us happy birthday. My heart is
happy
happy
birthday. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Why does it sound weird if you say happy Christmas?
I don't know. I think maybe merriment. People just like to say Merry Christmas.
Merriment. What is it? What happened to happiness?
You're eating and drinking and yeah.
Okay, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. Stay with us. We're glad to know you're still there. Right now, we're looking at what is happening in Niger and also the West African bloc, ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. The team is negotiating with Niger on return to civil rule. We have as our guest Dr. Frank Ter Abagen, Senior Lecturer, Department of Political Science, Benue State University, Makurdi. Good day before you can hear me.
You said it correctly.
Okay. All right. Now, before now, when the problem in Niger happened, the ECOWAS community was talking very tough. They were going to give sanctions, and they actually did. They were going to go to war, even almost. That's what we were trying to get from their talk. But now it has come down to negotiations to return to civil rule. We'd like you to give us a general perspective of what you think about the stage at which ECOWAS is now with Niger.
Okay, thank you very much. The ECOWAS leaders, led by our own president, have just adopted diplomacy instead of coercive action. They've decided that diplomacy will give them the result of what they want than to use force. The earlier discussions were about using force to, return Mohamed Bazoum back to power. But they've weighed the costs. If you invade Niger, you're going to talk about a very huge humanitarian crisis. And also, our northern corridor, the states in the north that share a border with Niger, will also be affected. There's another dimension too. The creation of the Sahel alliance between Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso also changed the narrative, including their links with the Russian Federation. So the leaders decided that the best thing to do now was no longer to use force in form of a military invasion, but use diplomacy. And that's what led to the creation of that committee, which has Benin, Burkina Faso, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Burkina Faso to come together and talk to the leadership in Niger about a quick transition, African corridor. The value placed on democratic rule as the best for states within the West African sub-region is not negotiable. So they are just using a different approach now. The first approach was about using force, or the use of force, but now they've decided that let's form a committee and send this committee to Niger to talk to the leaders about a very short time frame for a return to democratic rule.
Okay, well, my concern is that this carrot approach should have been the first thing, and the last resort becomes the force that they were talking about. Do you think that they can be negotiating now from an advantageous position, or they are going to be disadvantaged? Because you have already threatened someone before you come to say, okay, let's talk about it. It should have been let's talk, and then when they do not talk, or the talks do not yield anything, they now resort to another one. So where do you think ECOWAS will be negotiating from? A strong point or a weak point?
ECOWAS is negotiating from a sensible point. Let me use that word, sensible point. Not entirely weak, but more just sensible. The thing is that you weigh your options. At first, ECOWAS was dealing with only Niger. That's who they were dealing with. But when Niger now went into an alliance with Mali and Burkina Faso and Russia, the whole game changed. The whole scenario changed. We were dealing with people now who could muster military power, based on the alliance they had gotten into, because of the similarities of the coups along the West African corridor. So it changed the whole scenario. The casualty level was going to be higher. The military technology they had access to was more sophisticated. So it was time for ECOWAS to now go back to the trenches to think of a more sensible, approach. And this is why we're coming up with this now. So I agree with you to a certain extent that yes, ECOWAS is negotiating from, I won't call it totally weakened position, but a more sensible one, because ECOWAS can still, invade, but the cost will be extremely high. It is going to affect us because we are contiguous to that particular country. And also the humanitarian crisis was going to be much. And this is what ECOWAS is trying to prevent. So this is the scenario that has changed the whole game with, the initial, interest in attacking or invading Niger. So I think ECOWAS is just trying to be, reasonable at this point. But the most important thing here is now we're using diplomacy, and I think somehow in this scenario they will achieve much more with diplomacy, especially with the idea of asking the military leader not just in Niger, but I know because it's going to spiral to both Mali and Burkina Faso and any other African country within the West African sub-region, that look, the time has come for you to give us a short transition program that will move us from this military rule, as you see, to a more civilian or democratically elected government, which reflects the will of the people. I think that's where the discussion is at now.
What if they call a bluff? Sorry.
Yeah.
What if they call a bluff and say, okay, we don't need you anymore? Because that's what it seems now. Instead of coming cap in hand to beg ECOWAS that, okay, give us some time and all that, they now started forming another.
Well, we are, even as an analyst, I'm rather, I could say, a bit impressed with what those states have done. We didn't anticipate them coming together the way they did. I guess maybe when you're forced into a corner, you do so. They weighed options, and I think I think it wasn't an accidental thing. They weighed the various options if there was going to be an aggression, because we have threatened military action on other ECOWAS states who decided to change government unconstitutionally. The case point of Gambia is still there. So what has happened now is that they've availed themselves the options. And the option now is, first of all, coming together. You're not dealing with the Nigerian army, you're dealing with the Malian and Burkinabe army. And then they also reached out to Russia, who has deployed the Wagner force, which is one of the deadliest private fighting forces in the world right now. So this is the arsenal Niger has as its disposal. And then secondly, Niger is making a lot of money now. You recall that they were not happy with the arrangement when France was controlling things and an ounce of uranium was being sold for 80 cents. They're getting almost $300 per ounce now on the international market. And they're using that to make a lot of money. So they also have money now on their hands. So we're dealing with a situation whereby Niger has become suddenly larger than life. So the approach now has to be different. And I commend them for using this. Let's see what negotiations will do. Is the right way to do it now than to go into a particular conflict that will create a lot of crisis for us, in terms of destruction of lives and property. So this approach, I think, is the best one. Yes, you could call the Nigerian government of being crafty and all that. Well, I guess if you're in their shoes, you probably do the same thing. You need all the help you can get because you came to power unconstitutionally, and you came to power when the international community seems to be against you. So this is the scenario that's playing itself out. I think with negotiations and with a little bit diplomacy, they were able to get more done than if it's physical aggression.
Okay, so do you think things are looking up right now, and with these negotiations we'll be able to move from the military to the civilian role? Is that something you think they might even want at the moment or not?
Yeah, that's a very good observation. ECOWAS has said several times through its the president of its commission, Dr. Omar Aliyu, that the Nigerian government is belligerent. They don't seem to want peace. You understand? They're also blocking attempts at humanitarian aid by ECOWAS to some of the Nigerians there. And France is also pulling out. So France formed a security corridor to prevent jihadist attacks around the corridor, which is the same corridor that they share with Mali and Burkina Faso. So there are worries, yes, that it's going to happen. But the thing is that we're hoping that sense, reason will, be the basis for the exchange. Whatever you do, I don't think you rule out dialogue. No matter how the conflict is, it's dialogue that resolves things. You can even see it happening both in Ukraine and Russia, Hamas and Israel. So the scenario here is still the same. We've not gotten to the stage where we're firing weapons at each other, but at least the platform for dialogue is opening up. So I would think it's most reasonable for the Nigerian government, military government, to participate in this. And also the world is for democratic governance now. So whatever they do, we need to see a transition program from that government. How long are you going to stay in power before you hand over to the people? Because power belongs to the people. the democratic ideal should be the one we should uphold, because like a lot of people observe, there's a tendency that if you don't, form, some kind of activism against military rule, you are sanctioning it, and it will become something that you see not just along the West African corridor, but to other African states, maybe eastern and southern parts of Africa. But the main thing now is that the government in Niger has to see that ECOWAS is no longer threatening force. The fact that the committee has been formed with 3 heads of state to go and negotiate is a step in the right direction. And we're hoping, in these kind of situations, you rely on a lot of hope too. We need a lot of very skillful diplomats who will go in and engage the military government to see reason on why a transition program is needed so that Niger quickly returns back to democratic rule.
Okay, so, obviously we're hoping for the best and Niger can move back to the democratic rule, but then what if it doesn't pan out that way, and then we're seeing countries like Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger just going on with the military rule? What does that say to other West African states? Are we seeing stuff like uprising like this now moving to other countries because they can say, oh, if Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso could do it, we can also do it as well? Are we going to see an uprising like that in other countries?
Well, things may look similar, but each country has its own unique cultural trait. It has its own unique cultural patterns and all that in terms of political culture and how they react to issues. You see, the situation is the military in these countries was very clever because of their experience with France. So you could see a lot of public support, massive public support for these military governments. Now, it will get to a stage that the people themselves will be the ones who will start demanding civil rule, demand democratic rule. It's going to happen with time. So it is when they now start making those demands and the military government does not want to accede to those demands, that is when internal crisis will start. But for now, the government appears popular. All those military governments, they have the support of the people. So it's a situation now. But what ECOWAS is saying is, we have already agreed, you are part of us. This international organization will have that outlaws unconstitutional government. Your government is unconstitutional. So yes, it's an aberration because of the situation, you've come into power, but it's unconstitutional. So give us a time frame in which you will return power to the people through a democratic process. That's what ECOWAS is saying. So I think it's a step in the right direction. And we hope the military government sees this because, of course, they are riding the wave of popularity now, but you cannot say what is going to happen in the next 6 months. So this is how it goes. Governments sometimes come into power at the instance because they're saying what the people want. They appear popular. But after some time, the government now will start getting demands. The politicians in these countries who would want the return to democracy because they have lost power too. So it's we're hoping seriously that military governments,
but
yes,
the thing
that
is,
they need the need for that. Yes.
The thing is, what terms are they taking to the table for these negotiations? Because so far, we've been hearing about return to civil rule because it is constitutional and all that. What about the issues that were raised by these people who planned and executed the coup? Okay, for instance, you said something about Niger becoming richer now because that alliance with France, which impoverished them, has been cut. When they return to the civil rule, are they going to follow the agreements they've had before now? Will they still go back to selling their resources at cents when they are now earning up to $300 per ounce of whatever you called and all that? Those kind of things. Will they return to that? It's like, returning to your vomit. Sorry for the term that I used. So what terms are they taking to the table?
Well, I hope it doesn't get to that stage. Any smart politician in Niger, in Burkina Faso and Mali will recognize the fact that the people revolted and the military capitalized on this. And that's why you have military governments in those countries. So if you're going to come into power, or you're going to come to power, even if it's democratic, and you are not going to go by the wishes of the people who didn't want the shackles of France on their necks anymore, your government will become instantly unpopular. Now, you see, the key thing ECOWAS is saying is that we're not saying that you shouldn't fight France, but if there's going to be a change of government, it should be democratic. But I guess the people were simply fed up, you understand, and they supported the military government. They preferred instant removal than to follow the
Can a democratic government, can a democratic government, can a democratic government sever the ties with France the way a military government has done? Because when they come back to democracy, is it possible for a democratic government to say, okay, now we have nothing to do with France anymore, and then they want to stand on their own? Is that possible in a democracy? Because it seems as if democracy drags and drags.
Yeah, it is. If you take a look at governments in the eastern parts of Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, those governments have had, or even Zimbabwe, they've had times where they took hardline positions against the, right now, the United States, led by other Western countries, has imposed sanctions on Uganda because Uganda refused to enact LGBTQ laws. You understand? They enacted very strong anti-LGBTQ laws. So because of this, there are a lot of sanctions on Uganda. And Ugandan government is democratic. Yoweri Museveni was voted in. You can have the same thing for Rwanda too. So there are governments that have come in through the ballot and have maintained a very tough stance on certain issues. So a democratic government can also do the same, especially a democratic government that knows that its power is from the people. You also have the late John Magufuli of Tanzania, who totally fought against certain Western interests in his country. Especially over the process and administration of the COVID vaccines. He stood his ground and he made sense in what he was saying. We even had Thabo Mbeki, you recall, years ago, who kept fighting the international community over its process of fighting HIV/AIDS. So you can have a democratic government if you have a leader who knows his onions, that will say, no, this particular thing we don't want. In fact, a democratic government can even be stronger because the person who is in power is speaking because he's deriving his authority from the people. We can have this kind of situation. It shouldn't always be a military government that, that's flexing his muscles because the first thing you see is a gun by his side. So we can have that kind of situation. We've had those in the past. So I think it's a matter of facing the reality and looking at what the objectives are and negotiating properly. I think there's a win-win situation here. The government in Niger, in Burkina Faso, have to realize over time that they cannot maintain those structures. Because you are saying that if another person comes with a bigger gun within the military, the person can overthrow you. But if it's constitutional, you have the legitimacy to rule without any intervention or intrusion into your government. So in as much as there's some level of pessimism, I want to have hope that they also know that with time, the governments must become democratic. So the best thing to do is to negotiate, which ECOWAS is trying to do now.
Happy hoping, Doctor.
All right, we want to thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for your insights and valuable contributions.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, we've been speaking to Dr. Frank Ter Abagen. He is someone, actually, the senior lecturer in the Department of Political Science, Benue State University of Makurdi. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. So now we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our second hot topic. Stay with us.
We're glad to know you're still there. It's still the breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and we're on to our final lap of this journey. Now we're going to Ondo State, where a barely lucid Akeredolu begs the question whether he's still fit to stay as governor of Ondo State. Now, our guest for this morning is Dr. Law Mefo, a political scientist. Good morning and welcome to the program, Doctor.
Yeah, good morning. I'm actually a social psychologist.
Seen by the people of Ondo State to the fact that we've seen documents signed by the governor, purportedly signed by the governor, which we have discovered are forged, to the State Assembly saying that there will be no probing for the people who may have forged the certificate or the signature of Governor Akeredolu, and a commissioner who is talking tough and saying that whoever did that is going to face the music and all that. There's so much drama coming from Ondo State. We'd like to have your insight, or not insight, your take on what is happening in Ondo State.
Yeah, first and foremost, I wish His Excellency Governor Akeredolu speedy recovery. I'm actually a fan of his.
Yeah.
I like him a lot because he has demonstrated a lot of courage where it came to a number of things. And at a point, I was looking forward to him leading the entire southern divide of our polity and things like that. Because if you notice, we have often had the Northern Governors Forum, but we never had the Southern Governors Forum, except once in a while they come together, make some noise and disperse. You know, I had looked forward to somebody like Akeredolu really anchoring Southern Governors Forum and matching the Northern divide up, and they're providing the perspective of Southern Nigeria to what things ought to be. Unfortunately, he took ill, and this has run for months now. And you see, the fact remains that we have too many lacunas in our laws. Otherwise, the capacity of Akeredolu to rule ought to have been demonstrated by now. The governor and the deputy must be seen, actively seen. Otherwise, automatically, a medical investigation will kick in. It shouldn't even require any resolution or whatever. It will become a compulsory legal requirement of the House of Assembly of the affected state to activate that clause of the Constitution. But as it is, you don't have that. What you have is a provision that talks about the conditions for the removal of the governor or the president and their deputies. These conditions very clear: gross misconduct, permanent incapacity, impeachment, and so on and so forth. And the one we are looking at now that has to do with the Governor Akeredolu is the suspicion of a permanent incapacity. And in my own estimation, like I said, I have nothing against him as a person. I'm talking about what ought to be. I sincerely believe that his state of health must be determined, and a dispassionate medical investigation conducted, and to determine whether or not he is fit to still rule. We have had so many talks about him, even when he was in Germany for a very long time, and upon his return also, we suppose that he is still in Nigeria, but cannot be accessed. And the very serious health condition, as serious as cancer, is even being suspected, but not yet proved. So why should Nigerians, particularly the older people, they subjected to that kind of mystery, when we all know that their life, their future, and even their present everyday life depends on the health of the governor. If nature abhors a vacuum, I believe that the right thing to do is to institute a medical panel.
But do you think his cabinet doesn't want him to vacate this seat because they still want to be the ones in the helm of the affairs of Ondo State?
No, but even if he vacates the seat, by a constitutional provision, it is the deputy that steps in. He's still APC, and even where the deputy doesn't step in, the second in line is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, with the House of Assembly, Ondo, and he is still APC. So he's still within the same party. I don't see why this whole hullabaloo, when everybody knows that there's certain very dangerous presidents, you cannot hold the country to ransom. This sort of thing happened in Nigeria some years ago under His Excellency President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. He took ill to this extent as well. And David Mark, as the president of the Senate and chairman of National Assembly, was able to save the country. He moved the National Assembly to invoke the doctrine of necessity. And that was what saved the country from constitutional crisis. What has happened in Ondo is not good for anybody. It's not even good for the governor himself. He needs to, if he is a bit sick, he needs time to concentrate on his recovery. Because as long as he is holding on to power, even in his sick bed and unable to effectively run the state, what he is doing is creating a lacuna for a cabal that will be using his name to run the state down.
Well, at this point, Doctor, we have to be fair to Akeredolu. The fact that his signature is being forged shows that he's not in control. So whatever we could say Akeredolu is doing,
he is not in control.
Yes.
And this kind of thing can only happen in Nigeria. He is sick. Ordinarily, he should resign on his own. He doesn't need anybody to ask him to resign.
But he can't at this point.
Yeah, because he's not in control.
No, wait a minute, it's very
incapacitated.
important. Now his signature is being forged to the ends that nobody can determine. You can be sure that funds are being siphoned, and the people doing this are not elected. You can't hold them accountable to the people. And the only person that can stop them is Akeredolu himself. He is either fit or unfit. If he knows, to his conscience, he knows whether or not he can make it back to that office. And even if he can make it back to the office, eventually, but the health is no longer good enough for him to even stay there any longer, he should honorably resign and concentrate on his recovery.
So what if he cannot resign? Is there any other person that can actually invoke this doctrine of necessity on his behalf?
It's the House. You see, it is the House of Assembly. They are the ones. If you read chapter 6, part 2, subsection 188 of the Constitution, it tells you what the House ought to do in a circumstance like this. And what the House must do is to institute a medical probe. But there has to be a resolution passed by a whole two-thirds of the House. That is where the problem is. So cleavages, people will frustrate the process from within the House and outside the House. So we'll even go to court. And I'm aware that the matter is also before the court. And a matter like this, you are inviting interference of the judicial arm of government in a matter that is purely legislative. It is the legislature that should invite the judiciary, because the Chief Justice of the state is asked by the House to institute a panel, right? Even though the panel will have to be instituted by the Speaker of the House, the authorization will have to come from the judiciary. But if you look at it, this calls for a measure of decency and civilization. We need to understand that we are dealing with our democracy. The democracy, the way we practice it, is not the way democracy is practiced anywhere. What this whole thing translates to is what I call state capture. Ondo State is captured. The cabal that captured Ondo State is using Akeredolu to perpetrate themselves. And this is where the tragedy is. Pressure must be brought on Akeredolu, and that is where I wonder what has happened to investigative journalism in Nigeria. By now, investigative journalists should tell us the state of health of Akeredolu. If you are in the Western world, by now his health status must be known. But we don't have people who can dig that deep. You don't find them. Muhammadu Buhari as president was outside Nigeria for over 200 days cumulatively. Nobody knew what ailed him till today. Even the president of the country is not too firm. Nobody tells you precisely what is going on. So at the end of the day, it's treated as if the person's health is part of his fundamental human rights. No, it is not. You are ruling the people. And the people you are ruling need to know your state of health. And it goes back to, again, what I talked about, the constitution of the country. The 1999 constitution is so useless. It creates laws without providing what we call thresholds. If, for example, like I mentioned, if a governor or a president is absent from his office, you put a threshold. The threshold will say absent from his office for 1 day, 1 month, 3 months. Let us know. So we are all counting together with the state involved. We are all counting. Once it gets to that level, public pressure will be brought to the affected House of Assembly or the National Assembly to invoke the import of that threshold set out by the law. But you don't find that in the Nigerian Constitution. So these are problems we have. And it creates a lacuna for confusion and conflict, which allows the cabals all over the place to assume office on behalf of the person by proxy. We suffered it under Yar'Adua. We suffered it under Buhari. A cabal will just take over and run the country. Look at where we are as a country now. So I believe that what is happening in Ondo is not right. it should be stopped forthwith. The state capture that is going on in Nigeria has to be stopped forthwith. Ondo State doesn't belong to anybody, doesn't even belong to APC. They are given the right to rule now, but the entire Ondo people are not all APC. And even if they are all APC, they still would want to be governed by the person they elected. Yeah. Now, the Governor Akeredolu cannot discharge his responsibilities, and his medical status is not determined. So for how long will that go on? Because as long as we allow this, what that means is that months will keep rolling by, and his time in office will
so what's the way to go now for the people of Ondo State?
When that happens, that becomes the only time you would say that his tenure has come to an end.
Okay, sir.
By the Constitution, yes.
So what's the way to go now for the people of Ondo State? What can they do to ensure that they're being governed right, even by the person they elected, or even by anyone else, but to be sure that the responsibilities of the governor is being discharged?
Ondo people must rise and besiege the House of Assembly to invoke the provision for a medical probe. That's the only way. Because if they prevail on them to invoke the provision for a medical probe, then we will now know the status, the health status. If, for example, as some sources claim that what ails him is cancer, certainly is incapacity. He cannot run for that. But if it is something that the prognosis suggests he will recover from, the medical probe will prescribe that given this period that the governor will make a full recovery. Then people will have hope that their governor is coming back.
All right.
But as at now, nobody can say anything. So that is why the medical probe is inevitable. So if he saves the governor himself, one is to ensure that he is not being unnecessarily hounded out of office. Any of us can fall sick. So nobody is celebrating his sickness. And like I said, I am his fan, very serious fan of his. And I have so much expectations, hoping that he would be in it. But then, without health, there is little or nothing you can do. So the way out, only one way out, is to besiege the House of Assembly and compel them to invoke the clause that prescribes the medical probe of the incumbent. Right. And based on it, they will vote whether or not he should remain in office. Okay. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us. That's what we have to wrap up.
Yeah, the pleasure is always mine.
Thank you. All right.
Have a blessed day, Nigerians.
You too. All right. We've been talking to Dr. Law Mefo. He is a social psychologist. We've just been talking about the state of Ondo and what is to be done to ensure that the people are being governed right and correctly. So yes, I think that's where we wrap it up on today's show.
But before we go, I just want to say, if the kind of Akeredolu I knew was the same Akeredolu now, I'm not sure he would want what is happening in Ondo State to happen.
Right.
Whoever is sitting on him, as it were, to make sure that Ondo doesn't get what it deserves, should at least desist from that. We've seen that from Yaradua, we've seen that from Sontai, who had a plane crash and was incapacitated. It took some time before he was able to leave the scene and all that. So this should not keep happening. We pray that Akeredolu recovers soon and comes back to his senses and everything. We've heard reports that he goes off for like 10 hours after any chemo therapy that he undertakes. So we just feel for him.
We hope for a speedy recovery, and we hope that the people of Ondo State
will do the needful.
Yes, exactly. All right. Thank you for joining us today. It's been nice, giving you all the information that you require here on The Breakfast. We'll see you tomorrow again. My name is Rume Paulson.
And I'm Nyamgul Agaji. See you tomorrow.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Good morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. Abuja, Lagos, and other major cities in Nigeria have been thrown into darkness following another collapse of the country's national electricity grid. The transmission company of Nigeria, TCN, confirmed this in a statement on Monday, December 11. The nationwide outage occurred in the afternoon, leaving power consumers across the country in total darkness. According to the statement signed by Ndidi Mba, TCN spokesperson, the restoration of the national power grid is already ongoing. Although Mba said that power supply has already been restored in Abuja and a few other areas, Politics Nigeria can confirm that the capital city is still in darkness as at the time of writing this report. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says victory against terrorism is the best gift to the country. He explained that his government does not intend to lose the battle against the nation's enemies, but to preserve democracy and restore peace. The president stated this during the COAS Army Conference held at the Memalari Cantonment in Maiduguri. The conference aims to evaluate efforts and review achievements and challenges of past military operations in the 6 geopolitical zones across the country. While declaring the conference open, Tinubu said he will provide the needs and support to defeat the battle against terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping in Nigeria. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has expressed his condolences once again to the families of Nigerians who lost their lives in the recent and sad bombing mishap in Tudunbiri, Kaduna State. Speaking at the palace of the Shehu of Borno, Abubakar Ibn Almin El-Kanemi, the president pledged that the federal government will continue to do all within its powers to provide support and care to the families of all Nigerians affected by the remnants of insecurity in parts of Borno State. The president declared that under his watch, security issues would remain a top priority, but not limited only to battlefield concerns. Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Zulum acknowledged the steady improvements in collaboration with the security agencies and the Borno State government. On his part, the Shehu of Borno urged the president to deliver his infrastructural interventions to areas that have been hard hit by insurgency over the years. Amnesty International Nigeria has leveled serious allegations against Nigerian authorities in the aftermath of the Kaduna drone attack, where more than 120 civilians lost their lives. Issuing a statement on December 7, Issa Sanusi, director of the rights organization, sharply criticized the military for offering conflicting accounts of Tudunbiri incident. The tragic event resulted in numerous casualties and injuries after drones owned by the Nigerian army misfired. Sanusi condemned the military's contradictory narratives, accusing them of attempting to obfuscate the incident without conducting a thorough investigation or seeking justice for the deceased. He strongly decried the disregard for civilian lives and labeled the increasing routine deadly airstrikes on civilians as wholly unacceptable. President Bola Tinubu in Maiduguri, Borno State on Monday expressed his condolences once again to the families of Nigerians who lost their lives in the recent and sad bombing mishap in Tudunbiri, Kaduna State, saying that most of the victims tragically lost their lives while reciting the Shahada as they observed Maulud, a central statement of faith for practicing Muslims. Speaking at the palace of the Shehu of Borno, Alhaji Abubakar ibn Umar Garbai Al-Amin El-Kanemi, the president pledged that the federal government will continue to do all within its powers to provide support and care to the families of all Nigerians affected by the remnants of insecurity in parts of Borno State.
I've listened to your request. My purpose is to condole the entire country through the army on the loss of life in Kaduna. Is tragic. But as people of faith and the people who believe in this country, and but importantly, faith, death through Maulud Nabi and the separation of God, the Shahada. We must take this as a tragic event decided by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. It's all about our country. It's my responsibility as a commander-in-chief to encourage and motivate our military men who has been asked to be forward to give their life for the stability, peace, and prosperity of this country.
President Bola Tinubu has again summoned the Ondo State Deputy Governor, Honorable Lucky Ayedatiwa, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Right Honorable Olamide Oladiji, and others for another meeting at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Reports couldn't confirm the parties and stakeholders invited to find a lasting solution to the political logjam occasioned by the continued absence of the governor in the state since his return from medical vacation abroad. Recall that the state party chairman, Adetime, the SSG, Princess Odu, son of the governor, Babajide Akeredolu, senators representing Ondo South, Jimo Ibrahim, Ondo North, Jide Ipinsagba, and Central District, Adeniyi Adegbonmire, were present at the last meeting held in November. The crisis rocking the Rivers State House of Assembly took a new turn as 27 members defecting from the ruling People's Democratic Party in the state to the All Progressives Congress. Correspondents gathered that the 27 members led by the Speaker, Right Honorable Martin Amehule, announced their defection at the floor of the House during the sitting after reading the defection letter from the members of the House.
To written by the Right Honorable Barrister Dunle Mao, the Deputy Speaker of this House. It reads, the Right Honorable Martin Chika Mewule, DSSRS, Speaker, Rivers State Assembly, Moscow, Port Harcourt, Mr. Speaker, defection to the All Progressive Congress, APC. I write to bring to your attention my decision to leave the People's Democratic Party, PDP. This decision to leave the PDP is necessitated by the division in the People's Democratic Party, of which I was elected to this House. In particular, the tussle around who the National Secretary of the PDP is has now sharply divided the party and made it unclear as to who is the National Secretary of the party, thereby making it difficult for me to chart an appropriate communication channel.
The crisis in the 32-member assembly had begun as a result of a rift between Fubara and his predecessor, Wike, who is now the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT.
109. And the condition for defection is division in the party. And there's clearly division in the People's Democratic Party. There are court processes as evidence, because the Constitution is also seeking for evidence, and the evidence is clear. All the court processes are hereby attached by all the members, and it is before the House, and the House has already before this time deliberated on all the issues in the PDP, and we feel there is sufficient division, and for that reason, members have the choice to move to the All Progressive Congress as already indicated in these letters. Distinguished colleagues, I congratulate all the members for the decision, and what is important is the people that have elected us who will ensure that we deliver all that we have promised our people: good legislation, good representation. We will ensure that our people definitely get the dividends of democracy through our representation.
The All Progressives Congress, APC, in Rivers State has expressed readiness to welcome additional defectors from the People's Democratic Party. APC spokesperson Chibuike Ikenga views the defection of 27 State House of Assembly members as a significant and positive shift for the party. With the influx of lawmakers into the APC, Ikenga anticipates improved governance in the state. The lawmakers cited division within the PDP as the primary reason for their defection to the APC. The affected lawmakers are said to be the ones loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The lawmakers, it was gathered, held plenary around 8 a.m. on Monday, where the decision was taken.
We commend the defectors, the assembly members. You see, 27 persons, 27 members cannot equate with 4. And if the governor of the state, who heads the executive arm of government in Rivers State, had decided to lend vent or give vent to the 4 persons over and above 27 persons, then you know that there is a complete anathema. It is not a thing anybody will want to tolerate.
In the meantime, Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State has convened an emergency meeting with the members of the State Executive Council. The meeting is holding at the Government House in Port Harcourt, the state capital. Fubara called for the meeting following the defection of 27 members of the 32-member House of Assembly from the governing People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the opposition All Progressives Congress, APC. The lawmakers had dumped PDP for APC during a sitting of the House. The lawmakers were seen brandishing the flags of the APC in a group photograph after the sitting. Fubara and his predecessor, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, have been at loggerheads over the party's structure in the state. The National Secretary of the new Nigeria People's Party, Olaposi Ogini, has described the purported coalition involving the party and 6 other political parties, tagged Coalition of Concerned Political Parties, as fake and untrue. Ogini insisted that the party has not authorized any coalition with any political party, urging the public to disregard the involvement of NNPP in the purported coalition with the People's Democratic Party and other 6 parties. He said this in a letter addressed to the Board of Trustees chairman of the PDP and made available to newsmen on Sunday evening. The party secretary cautioned the PDP to stop dealing with people who did not represent the interest of the NNPP. A youth advocacy group, Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative, has expressed its readiness to engage state governors in their commitment to the future of Nigerian youths in the country. The global director of the group, Abidin Olashukbo, disclosed this while addressing journalists in Ilorin, the state capital.
Trying to reshape our collective approach towards governance. It is time to shift our focus beyond the federal government alone and turn our attention closer to home, to our states, our governors, and their commitments to the future of our youth. We are leveraging technology and citizen advocacy to hold our state governors accountable for the promises they've made for our youth development. BBYDI has meticulously selected and trained youth focal points. You can call them warriors for change in each of our 36 states.
From other parts of Africa now, for nearly 25 million people in need, the United Nations has only been able to reach a fraction, according to the head of the UN's humanitarian response in war-torn Sudan. But assistance to even those 4 million could soon stop, Clementine Nweta Salami told AFP in an interview, if the chronic lack of funding continues. The UN's humanitarian coordinator for Sudan says 8 months into a conflict between rival generals that has torn the country apart, the situation is catastrophic. Aid workers have called it the forgotten war. On April 15, Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his former deputy Mohammed Hamdan Daglo, who commands the paramilitary rapid response or rapid support forces, turned their weapons on each other. And outside Africa, Hamas said it was striking back against Israeli forces across Gaza on Monday, and Palestinians and international relief agencies said public order was disintegrating as hunger spread, fueling fears of a mass exodus to Egypt. The narrow coastal strip has been under a full Israeli blockade since the start of the conflict more than 2 months ago, and the border with Egypt is the only other way out. Most of Gaza's 2.3 million people have been driven from their homes, and residents say it is impossible to find refuge or increasingly food in the densely populated enclave, with around 18,000 people already killed and conflict intensifying. In business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has suspended the processing fees on cash deposits above 500,000 naira until April 20, 2024. The Apex Bank made the announcement in a circular signed by Adetona Adediji, its acting director of banking supervision. On September 18, 2019, the financial regulator effected a charge of 3% for processing fees for withdrawals and 2% for deposits amounts above 500,000 naira for individual accounts to promote cashless transactions. The CBN also directed banks to charge 5% processing fees for withdrawals and 3% for deposits of amounts above 3 million for corporate account holders. Prior to 2019, in February 2017, the Apex Bank announced plans to reintroduce charges on cash transactions involving huge amounts across the country. We'll move now to entertainment news. Hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs has had 18 brands distance themselves from him in the wake of sexual abuse allegations made against him. The rapper was recently hit by lawsuits from ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura and 3 other women. The aftermath has seen the 54-year-old rap mogul step down as chairman of Revolt, with multiple companies cutting ties with his recently launched e-commerce platform Empower Global. Annette Njau, the founder of bag apparel and eyewear company House of Takura, told Rolling Stone magazine that this decision was made on the day that Cassandra Ventura filed her lawsuit. Diddy has vehemently denied the allegations from all 4 women, though he reached a private settlement with Cassie a day after she filed her lawsuit, and he has insisted that it does not mean an admission of wrongdoing. Finally, sports news. Super Eagles and Napoli striker Victor Osimhen has been named 2023 CAF Men's Player of the Year. Osimhen, who finished ahead of Mohamed Salah and Achraf Hakimi, was announced the winner at the award ceremony held in Marrakesh, Morocco on Monday, 11th of December 2023. He became the first Nigerian men's player to land the award since Nwankwo Kanu in 1999. Also, he joins the late Rashidi Yekini, 1993, Emmanuel Amunike, 1994, Nwankwo Kanu, 1996, 99 also, and Victor Ikpeba, 1997, as the only Nigerian men's player to be crowned African Best Player. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for being there.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's is when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you will pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you, okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your, then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of, so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy given. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then you water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life, because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight, they help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well, when you take in fruits. Your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly. When you take fruit, you have a very glowing skin. When you take fruits, you have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them, because it's easier to take, when you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, Some people like pineapple. Some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it. You can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some food to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some food to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Funding is one of the major challenges confronting businesses of all shapes and sizes in Nigeria and across the world. Finance is the lifeblood of every business. Without adequate cash inflow, businesses will not be able to procure raw materials, convert them to finished product, market or distribute the finished product, or even pay their employees. As a result of this, many financial institutions have sprung up to meet the financial needs of businesses. Once dominated by commercial banks, Nigeria's financial services industry and business funding scene now boast of other institutions such as venture capital firms, private equity firms, fintech and crowdfunding platforms. We will also look at the Afro-global expansion in the midst of a struggling economy. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, first off, the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, says it will continue to support the government in its advisory role to ensure a better tax administration and effective system in the country. President of the CITN, Samuel Agbeluyi, said this during the Institute's fellowship conferment and annual dinner and awards. Details in this report. The atmosphere here is warm and celebratory. As with tradition for year-ends, it is not unusual for organizations to celebrate and award members for outstanding performances. This year, senior members of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, gather with kith and kin for their conferment as fellows of the Institute.
Obey all rules and regulations of the Institute from time to time.
President of the CITN, ably represented by the Deputy Vice President, Simon Kato, appreciates new fellows. He enjoins them to show professionalism, and live to expected standards wherever their services are required.
As tax professionals, as you are aware, the Institute takes this ritual seriously and only confers its highest class of membership to deserving and qualified members.
Fellowship is not merely an honor, it is a responsibility, a commitment to uphold the highest standards of profession, to mentor and inspire the next generation.
As the evening swings in and members are feted to a time of wining and dining, issues of taxation and government fiscal policies also hold sway. The guest speaker, Executive Chairman of the Federal Capital Territory Inland Revenue Service, Haruna Abdullahi, gives an analogy between residents getting their PVCs and having their tax clearance certificates. Government is also charged on trust and effect of tax payments.
I was trying to make a point regarding why it is very important for people to file their tax returns and have a tax clearance certificate. Because it's important. I compared it to having PVCs. So I said if you have a PVC and you pay your tax, you've done your part, you've voted, and then you've paid tax, and then you are able to interrogate political leaders. Because people decide not to, and then you are also expecting so much from government, but you are not doing your part. And CHN has been contributing not just today. The entire Finance Act that have come up in the past administration, we've always been part of it. And that is what we are out for, supporting to ensure that there is a better tax administration and an effective tax system in the country. And we won't give up.
But there must be trust in governance. People are willing to pay, but when we pay, what does government do with the money? We must see the effect of our payment of the taxes complying. Then apart from that, they should make it easy. They should not allow the tax administration to give way to things like corruption or under the carpet activities.
At the end of the day, awards are presented to various district societies. The media and individuals are proving themselves worthy. All right, welcome back. Now, despite the development in the financial services industry, many businesses, especially startups and SMEs, are still unable to effectively raise capital to remain a going concern or even take off in the first place. This is partly due to the stringent measures put in place by these fund providers to ensure that their limited capital is made available to organizations and invested in projects that will theoretically guarantee the best returns. Unfortunately, many organizations, especially SMEs, lack the capacity to scale through these hurdles because of their weak structures and the managerial inexperience of their founders and operators. Now, my guest, Darlington Onyeagoro, has a diverse work experience in various companies and roles. He is currently the co-founder and CEO of Aladdin Digital, an app that supports Africa's economy by providing an ecosystem of solutions for gig workers and SMEs. Prior to that, they founded and advised Blacklisting, an alternative database for chronic debtors and fraudulent individuals reported by verified online lending firms in Nigeria. Darlington also served as the MD of Okash Nigeria under Opera Software AS, where they handled business development, product development, strategy formulation and execution, and people management. Many thanks for joining Darlington on Business Insights. A whole lot of people seem to have issues to differentiating between startups and small businesses. They seem to misplace one for the other. Are there similarities? Are there key differences? Can you just enlighten us?
Well, thank you for having me. Okay, the term startup is about 5 to 6 years old in Nigeria. I can still remember some of the earlier startups. I mean, that basically in the financial side, when they started with these small loans, what they call nano loans or digital loans. I remember the first time I applied for a loan on a mobile app, and within a few minutes, I got alerts. I was like, is this possible? You know, in Nigeria, that somebody is not seeing you physically, there's no account officer, you're not filling a physical form, and within 5-10 minutes, somebody is willing to give you 5,000 naira. So that was the beginning of a turnaround, you know, in terms of financial technology. But right now, we have various types of startups. But let me try to differentiate between SMEs and startups. I had, earlier this year, One of my billionaire friends, I will say billionaire friend because he has an oil and gas company in the southeast. His monthly turnover is over 10 billion. In fact, it's my classmate, actually. We went to the same school, we were in the same class. We both read mechanical engineering. And he just chatted me on WhatsApp and said, please, how do I convert my business to a startup? He's somebody who has almost probably 100 employees, you know, a lot of, you know, tankers. He has petrol filling station, doing billions in turnover a month. But he wanted to raise $10 million, all right? So he felt he had to convert his SME into a startup. So I sent him some documents. So it's very critical. People are getting confused. You know, people hear startup. And they say, but I've been doing business and paying salaries. How do I become a startup? What is so special about these startups? You hear startups raising as much as $90 million. You have startups raising as much as, you know, $50 million, $5 million. Small boys, 27 years old, has a 2-3 month startup, has raised $10 million. And you're wondering, I've been in business for 25 years before this boy was born. How am I not able to raise $10 million? So it's very critical that we explain what a startup is and what an SME is. A startup is a young business that is designed primarily to grow very fast. All right, and normally they actually use technology to bring new innovations into the public in terms of innovation. Let me use the term barbing salon. Whereas an SME, for example, is not about growing fast, and SME is more predictable and also in short term more profitable. While startups are not actually profitable, they deal with more valuation. I will break that in very shortly. Now, for example, I can see a barbing salon in my area, and I feel there is still one more need for a barbing salon in my area. So I will go ahead and replicate that same barbing salon, but I now provide a better environment, cozy environment, better professionals, better staff, customer care. Maybe when you come to my barbing salon, I give you a bottle of wine or tea or coffee. It's still a barbing salon. So that business model has been established for donkey years. You barb, you collect your revenue, and so on and so forth. But all you're just doing is adding, you're just like, you know, not reinventing the wheel per se, but you're just adding some level of finesse to what already exists. That is a small business. Because you're not going to be replicating that barbing salon across Lagos in the next 2 years or across Nigeria. But a startup can start up today with a new innovation in barbing. Maybe it's bringing a new app or a new technology that has not been seen before, a novel idea in that same barbing industry. So that's why startups are different. So you are just replicating barbing salon, adding some small touch up here to make it different, you know, differentiate yourself from the market. But a startup comes on with maybe an app that barbs the hair automatically or an app that does something, you know, very funny. So when they come, they are able to raise more capital because they are bringing technology and into innovation, and they are designed to take over the market in maximum 5 years. While you are only after making sure at the end of the month you can cover your debt, both short-term debt, meet them, and then pay your salaries and make some money for yourself. So that's the difference between SMEs and startups. So let me stop there, then you can take it from there. All
right. So basically, from all I can just infer from what that you have said, for startups, they have the benefit of innovation and technology to do things differently that the ordinary small businesses cannot do.
Exactly.
So it's not about their paid up capital or their financial levels per se.
Exactly. So like I said, startups, you know, the word startups usually ride on technology. There are different types of startups. There's aggregate startups. You understand that there are those in insurance. That's what they call insurtech. There's fintech. There's food tech. There's also prop tech, property. Yes. So 2 days ago, a friend of mine called me, and he's designing a platform that's going to actually fragment, your investment into real estate, where you can use your 10,000 naira and you own a portion of a building. And it's all just on app. Just go on the app, put your account, fund your wallet, and look at different buildings and different, rent, and then apply 10,000 naira. You're not a shareholder in a building. So what you cannot naturally do previously, they bring in new technologies, sometimes using blockchain, for example, to verify who is who and who has a particular, how much stock you have in that particular property, so that when it is time for dividend share, you know how much you're going to get. So prop tech is rising up, fintech, insurtech, food tech, agri-tech. All these guys are just using technology to do the same things that we know differently. And they are designed, so they are designed to grow faster. So that's why they also raise significant amount of money, because for you to actually grow fast, to get to the next level, you need to raise a lot of money.
Okay, fine. So how does one create a startup as it is?
The first key to creating a startup is, what are you innovating? What brand new idea or novel idea do you have? Or even if not a novel idea, you have a version of something. For example, there are a lot of fintechs today that do the same thing. There are a lot of apps today that give out nano loans. You understand? Last time I checked, there are over 500 apps on Play Store that give loans today, you know. And so they're all doing the same thing, you understand that? And they're all called startups, you understand that? But they are using, for example, the difference is that the way they actually verify their customers might be different. The technology behind the way they onboard you and the way they verify you before they give you a loan maybe novel to them, or they may have a patent for that type of technology that verifies customers before they give a loan. But you, the end user, may not see the difference. But the investor knows that this guy has built something that allows him to the failure rate, or what they call the debt ratio to reduce. You know, other guys will be having 80% debt. You know, when they give out loans, the bad loans is about 80%, but this guy has 2%. So you are still in the same industry, but he has improved his process in such a way that you know, investors' monies are not lost. You know, when they invest in him, so that's different. So the key word there is innovation, and who is your audience? You know, what are you bringing to the table, and how fast can you actually iterate, launch, you know, do product, that's what they call product market fit. That means you're able to say, okay, this my product has a market, there's an audience for it, somebody is willing to pay for it, and you're able to scale very fast. So that's what differentiates a startup from a small business.
Okay, fine. That really settles it now. But let's talk about funding. In my intro, I talked about funding challenges for startups, for small business, even for large businesses as well. But let's just focus on startups and small businesses. Before now, it has always been going to the commercial banks and dropping some sort of collaterals and you know, scaling all the hurdles before you can eventually get these finances that you need for your business, or to even upskill your business. But lately there have been talks about people starting businesses from finances they got from family and friends. We've heard about crowdfunding and private equity. Can you just share some of this with us?
Okay, so funding is actually open to both SMEs and startups. But just that startups have a brighter chance to raise more significant money. Before I came here today, I was looking at a crowdfunding site called WeFunder.com. We are actually listed on WeFunder.com. We're actually raising some money right now on WeFunder. So I looked at a particular startup. This guy has raised $981,000 in the last 2 to 3 months, almost $1 million. And I looked at the product. He has not really launched his product. He had that funding already. You go to the platform. If you go to WeFunder.com/black, you will see their, if I call their name, like you go there live, everybody can go and check them out. $981,000 raised through crowdfunding. People are investing $100, $300 because they believe in the idea. He only has 100 customers who have only done transactions for 2 weeks.
Okay, let's just take it one step at the other. For some people may not really understand, there's been so much talk about crowdfunding. What is it really, and how does it really operate and work?
So what crowdfunding does is that it allows you, you know, as a startup, mostly SMEs may not be able to do that. So as a startup, it allows you to actually tap into the community. So you share your idea, you know, on their platform, and people see your idea and they believe in your idea, and they can pitch in as small as $100, which is about 100,000 naira, to buy shares in your company. So they're actually counting on you, they're betting on you that you're going to be a successful startup. So that actually started mostly in America, where they actually changed the regulation in a few years ago to allow what they call community rounds. Community rounds means that your customers, your friends, family and friends, and people in the public can actually become part of your company by just investing a small unit of $100 into your company. And a lot of mega startups, you know, today, or big companies, started by crowdfunding. All right, but for you to do that, in most cases, you have to be a US registered company. That's one of the advantages that startups have that SMEs don't have. A lot of these startups you see today, I don't want to call their names, they're all registered in US. Even my own company, Aladdin, we're headquarters in Delaware, we're in the US, so we have to register a company in the US and the UK.
So it has to be in the United States.
Yes, because we have to get SEC approval in the US. You have to get, there's a whole documentation, a whole process that's involved.
So it doesn't really come so easy.
Yeah, but it can be done. A lot of it. So I was among the first. My startup was the second startup in Africa to go on that platform. Now that was in 2021 when we went on that platform. We were the second startup, Aladdin, to raise money through crowdfunding on WeFunder. But it was a whole lot of process, a lot of documentations, a lot of stuff. But it allows you to raise money easily from American people. I have a lot of American investors who just, oh, this is Africa. We like what you're doing in Africa. I'm giving you $1,000. Some give $10,000. Some give $5,000. So crowdfunding is one channel. But beyond that, also venture capitalists are people who are actually designed to give you money as a startup. All right, they look at your proposal, they do due diligence on you, they look at your projections. They're not banks, they're just individual, what will I say, finance companies or investment companies. Some of them are actually family investments. So a big family that is wealthy can have somebody to manage a particular fund. It's a $50 million set aside to invest in fast fast-growing startups. So that's why it's quite difficult for SMEs are quite limited. They always go to commercial banks, but some startups now are not designing products to help SMEs with their working finance. So for example, you have maybe a PO, or rather, I know some startups actually give you up to 10 million naira for a PO, and then they just fund it for you and they take that money back, invoice financing and stuff like that. But to raise real money like $10 million, $5 million for SMEs is quite difficult because the venture capitalists cannot see that speed. They can't see that speed to growth. They're asking you, when are you going to, dominate Nigeria? When are you going to dominate? When are you going to move across Africa? When are you going to move to London? When are you going to have a London office? The average small business is not thinking in that direction.
Not at all.
So that's the difference. So it's really, you see, there's a psychology between startup and SMEs. So if you want to actually make that switch, first of all, you must have an innovative product that is able to scale extremely fast to attract venture capitalists, angels, crowdfunding, and all these other things that are available.
All right. So, but from what you have said, it's not really something that's so common for the small businesses. But how are these forms of funding popular, as in the level of popularity in Nigeria? For instance, you've talked about crowdfunding, that you have to have some presence in the United States. What about for private equity and venture capital? Do you really need so much hurdles per se to scale?
No. You can actually be a Nigerian entity. There are a lot of Nigerian companies that actually raise money from venture capital. But for most venture capitals, because they're also looking at short-term investment. So let me just give you a startups are not designed to be profitable. And I want to say this clearly because a lot of Nigerian
they're not designed to be profitable.
Yes, they're not designed to be profitable. They are designed for valuation. They are designed for exits mostly. You understand that? That's why it took Uber. Uber was operating for years, and Uber was never profitable. But it was valued at above $50 billion. The value of the company was above $50 billion. It's when they did an IPO, when they went public, all right, that all the guys that invested for years cashed out. So that's how startups normally work. They're actually designed to grow very fast. Their value increases. You can see, for example, let me use a popular one called Paystack. Paystack was bought by Stripe for $200 million. And Paystack was just about 4 or 5 years old. But imagine a 4 or 5 years company being purchased at the rate of 200 billion today for a company that is 4 or 5 years old, because it grew so fast, and then they could see the value, and it's supporting thousands of businesses, doing billions of naira in transaction per day. That is what Stripe saw, and they saw the potential to spread across Africa, and they put $200 million on the table. You understand that? So on that thing again, I want to point is that a lot of SMEs they're actually startups in disguise.
How so?
Yeah, because some of them have innovated a lot of things. If you go online, you see people that have innovated some technologies that can be scaled across Africa. But because they have the SME mentality, they don't understand the startup ecosystem. They are losing out on venture capital.
So they need some sort of reorientation.
Yes, reorientation, a lot of training. So I'm actually thinking about it because a lot of SMEs that have done things very innovative in the medical line, some in the beauty side, some even you go to some people who would have designed a bike. I saw a guy online who designed his own type of bike. You understand that, using scrap metal and very beautiful bikes. But you understand that, so if you go to a local investor, they will tell you, okay, I'll give you 100 million, but I want a return on investment in 6 months. A venture capitalist can give you 100 million. I will not call you online for the next 2 years. You get to my point? Because as he's giving you that 200 million, he's giving 10 other startups 200 million. His calculation is that out of that 10, 8 will fail, 2 will succeed. And the 2 that will succeed will give him back his money plus interest. So you can see that venture capital, they have a different mindset. But a Nigerian investor, a local investor will give you 50 million. He won't allow you rest. The chief will call you to VGC every 2 days to come and explain what happened to his 50 million. But the venture capital will give you $1 million. And I'm sure they may not even call you. All they want is just your monthly report or quarterly report telling them how the business is going. Because they're betting on you that you are going to return that investment 10x. For example, some of the guy that invested in Uber, the guy was saying he got, I think 1,000x. His investment, yes. When Uber went public, he invested small money, but by the time Uber went public, he got almost 1,000x. If I don't want to, he became a millionaire and started investing in other startups from his own Uber investment. So that's how powerful startup is. They give you the kind of, when they exit, the value of what you bought. Sometimes you can buy a startup when the startup is just $1 per share. All right, and then by the time it's exiting, the value of that share is $70. So that's a 70x.
So if there are so much advantages with the startups ecosystem and all of that, so how come the average Nigerian is not starting some sort of startup or something?
No, there is. Yesterday evening in Lekki Phase, where I was in an event for startups. I mean, I saw startups everywhere. A lot of founders. There's this sticker, founders. So someone was saying there are over 20,000 startups already in Africa.
Oh wow.
And Nigeria is one of the leaders in Africa is Nigeria. Nigeria get significant amount of investment from either Silicon Valley or any other places. So the startup boom is already here. So people are now building, and Nigerians are Africans are creative. Kenyans, Rwandans, people are creating a lot of stuff, right? So it's you that don't know. But really, young people are creating startups everywhere, every day. So, but you see, what we need to also educate millions of SMEs out there who have innovative stuff, but don't know how to package it.
Yes.
You know, I've heard a lot of people say, you can actually register your business for $500. In US, I mean in the United States, you can do it for $1,000, and then you have a US bank account. But these are the things that those guys see. They don't want to invest in Nigerian entities. They want to invest in US entities where you pay your taxes, where you are fully regulated by SEC, and a whole lot of stuff. So that's why most startups have to register in the US in order to attract foreign capital.
Let's talk about Afro Global expansion. You know, there's a whole lot of issues happening globally with the wars everywhere. But let's talk about how this expansion is going in the midst of struggling economy.
Okay, so the honest truth is that anybody who is smart will tell you that if you want to earn anything today, earn in dollars. All right, so if you are a business that is still earning in Naira, you have a long way to go. And and this cuts across both SME, startups, conglomerates, whoever you are.
Okay.
That's why a lot of people are leaving the country. A lot of strategic investors, you know about GSK, a lot of people. So if you earn in Naira and then you convert to dollar, you realize you're not doing well. You can make $1 billion Naira, you think you are doing well. Convert that $1 billion to dollar, and compared to the investments you have made and the loans you took to get to that level of revenue, you realize that you're not doing well. So what the Afro Global concept is a concept that talks about how do I also penetrate other African countries, or how do I actually also earn money from diaspora, from Africans in diaspora. I need to earn in pounds. I need to earn in dollar. You get my point. So you don't start thinking. So that's that thing as a business. Sit down in 2024. Ask yourself, how do I actually change this business to also earn dollar? Apart from Naira, because I will earn Naira today. Today is black market 1,200. I don't know. You can see what it means. So before even it's also actually affecting a lot of startups too. You know, for example, all those startups who are in the payment space, you do payment, they charge you 15 Naira, 100 Naira. How many 15 Naira transactions will you do to get $1? So you realize that now. So that's why most startups today are actually beginning to expand to Kenya. They're expanding to Rwanda. They're going to other African countries. Some are actually having a London office, you know, because they're in London. They want to get some license to start getting transactions they can earn in pounds or from Canadian dollars or stuff like that. So I call it the Afro Global. And there are a lot of opportunities. And if you look at what Ruto, Kenyan president, did, and Kagame, which is the Rwandan president, where they said by end of December they're going to open up their countries. It becomes visa free for all Africans. So it shows you that the direction is that we are going to become a borderless Africa. All right, borderless Africa is a situation whereby you can actually access any African country visa free. And once that happens, the barriers to trade begins to shrink.
And everything will just be open.
Exactly. So that's why people like Aladdin, like my company now, we are designing a Pan-African payment system where you can send money in less than 1 minute to Kenya. You can send money to Tanzania, to Rwanda. So because we're positioning ourselves to be that go-to platform in Africa where you can do payments across Africa and also outside Africa. So because you have to start thinking in that direction, that I have to position my business to start talking about Naira transactions alone, you know, or Ghanaian cedis. Because those two currencies are also, you know, very volatile. And some other African countries. So you need to start thinking about how do I expand within Africa and also internationally. If you are to survive this struggling economy, everybody should learn to earn outside Naira. That's the secret to 2024 if you are to survive.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so Darlington, as we wrap up this now very quickly now, so what's the future of startups in not just Nigeria and in Africa, and what is your advice for people who are actually going or thinking about getting into startups?
So the first thing I will tell you that the startup scene, especially in the financial side, is almost getting saturated. I keep saying that because people are doing the same things over and over again. So if you're actually going to start a startup, please think of other sectors. What can I do in other sectors? You're an expert in engineering. There are still innovations in engineering that we have not seen. Agriculture, so many areas. But if you're to do a startup, come up with an innovation that is new, or come up with maybe an improvement on an existing innovation that can actually, you know, disrupt the game. Once you have that and you have an audience, you are good to go. All right. So, as there's if you're an SME, you have been struggling with your business, but you know that this idea is innovative. It can be a food drink, or a new innovative food drink for health, or rather you have patented. As small as that thing, you can earn billions from it. All you need is somebody to package you and show you that this thing can actually be a startup. People don't even know how to do PowerPoint slides. They don't even know how to do anything. So you don't even know how to package yourself to become a startup. There's an act. There's an act, the formula to becoming a startup when you have an innovative idea, or else you end up being a small business.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that's indeed how much we can take on the show for today. My guest has been Darlington Onyeagor. He is the CEO and founder of Aladdin Digital. Many thanks for being a part of the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, that's as much as we can take. Business Insights will return to your screen same time. My name is Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being there.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
In the Federal Republic of Nigeria, presidential campaigns are heating up and presidential candidates are declaring what they are all proposing to do different. And in the last couple of weeks, the presidential candidate of Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who incidentally happens to be a former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, has been engaging with various interest groups in his bid to become Nigeria's 16th president in 2023. But one major reservation about an Atiku presidency is his stance on privatization. In other words, a President Atiku, many people fear, will sell Nigeria's most prized public infrastructure to his friends and allies. But will he? Well, Dr. Mustafa Abiodun Akinkumi, a director at the Center for International Policy Studies, CIPS, at Fordham University in New York City, joins me on the program today. coming on the program with me today, Mr. Akinkunmi.
Thank you.
So, you know, I'm just looking at you, and I remember you. I remember your face. Yourself, Foli Koka, I think you were finance commissioner. Foli Koka was tourism. Engineer Muberiola was transport.
Correct.
And three of you were the commissioners serving under Governor Akinwumi Ambode. You're all fired in October 2016. You know, I thought, okay, did he inherit you or did he appoint you?
He appointed me.
Was it a shock?
It wasn't a shock, but look, it's politics.
Yes.
You got to move on. But the beauty behind it is that I was given the opportunity to serve Lagos State.
Yes.
And I did a tremendous amount of work. I was able to restructure Lagos State's debts,
yes,
which gave Lagos State another opportunity to go more into the markets.
Yes.
I was able to save the state 40 billion. I paid a lot of I paid the state debts. I renegotiated the Ikoyi-Lekki Bridge.
Right.
That become controversial today.
Yeah.
So I put in, you know, it was a 1 year of hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good to have public sector experience, if you know what I mean.
Especially you coming from the private sector
Absolutely.
and lecturing in the New York University. So how then did you move from working with an Ambode and the APC to being with the PDP and with an Atiku Abubakar? I mean, why, when there's no real ideological difference between the two parties? How did you make that transition?
Have you ever met Mr. Atiku Abubakar?
No.
You should. There's major ideological differences. I've befriended a man, it's over a decade. He's a great Nigerian, great man. And I was recruited to teach at the university. It has nothing to do with it.
Yes.
I was recruited by the American University in Washington, D.C.
Oh.
Yeah. And
okay, so you're lecturing in American University in Yola.
Yola.
It's not because
has absolutely nothing to do with him. I didn't know him then. I didn't know him. I never met him. I was recruited out of New York City. I had my interview in Washington. It was purely on merit.
Right.
And purely on merit, in fact, when they hired me to teach at the School of Technology. So I taught computer science. I mean, my first master's is in computer science, and I wrote software for the most part of my life.
Yes.
And in fact, I started my doctorate in computer science, then later on moved on to social sciences, and went back and get a master's, another PhD in economics.
Yes.
So I didn't know Mr. Atiku Abubakar. I didn't know anything about Nigeria, and I was doing my thing and teaching and developing quants on Wall Street. And I just wanted to move back. New York City did not chase me away. It was just purely
a desire to come home.
It was just, I think it was just youth exorbitant. Let me go to Nigeria. Let me
experience Nigeria.
Experience Nigeria. It's really that was it. That was I didn't thoroughly think it through. And maybe if I thought if a good process was put into it, I may not have made that decision. But in hindsight, I'm glad I did.
Yes.
At least I made Mr. Atiku Abubakar.
Okay, so because I'm thinking it's a little bit awkward. So how did you move from APC to PDP?
Well, I must say that I'm not a member of any political party.
Right.
We were asked to join APC when I was appointed, and I joined, and I resigned.
When you left as commissioner.
Yeah. You see, it's very and that's what I encourage you to meet Mr. Atiku Abubakar.
Yeah.
It's really tough, really difficult if you know the man, not to like him and not to believe in what he has for Nigeria. I'm just going to touch on the very critical issue today, which is poverty.
Yeah.
And the report came out that 133 million Nigerians are poor. And that is significant, and it should not be ignored. And when you listen to Mr. Atiku Abubakar, and the man that says that the centerpiece of his economic policy is poverty and job creation, that's my guy. Once again, the centerpiece of his economic policy is poverty reduction and job creation. So this man, more or less we have only three candidates.
Yes.
Mr. Atiku Abubakar, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Mr. Peter Obi.
Yes.
And I've read, Obi has not published his manifesto.
Yes.
I've read Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu's manifesto. It's a lot of stories, but you cannot really get him in terms of commitments of this is how I'm going to do it, this is the output of what I will do. This is the output of what I plan to do.
Yes.
But on the Atiku side, he tells me, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to do it, and this is the output.
Let me just stop you there, because you're talking about poverty, and I'm wondering what will be the major difference between what an Atiku Abubakar presidency will bring to the table on poverty that will be different from this administration. I've spoken with a lot of ministers in this administration. They say President Buhari plans to move 100 million people out of poverty in 10 years. Will Atiku leverage on that? Or is he going to vitiate that plan and institute a fresh plan?
Look, President Buhari planned to move poverty, to reduce poverty in the next 10 years. We already spent 7 years, and poverty is increasing. There are some things that President Buhari is doing, which is the cash transfer. It's about 3.1% to the GDP.
Yes.
Atiku Abubakar plans to increase that to 7% of GDP. And I will talk about that.
Yes.
But before I go any further, I work with numbers, no emotions.
Yes.
Where was Nigeria in 1997, 98, 99? Before Obasanjo Atiku government took over. Bad economy. Poverty was high. Nigeria was not good in the international community.
Yes.
Was the day Abacha just passed, there was a fear in the land. Abdul Salam took over, and he arranged the election. Obasanjo Atiku won the election. Within 8 years, many of us, I was in New York City, many of us started thinking about Nigeria. We all moved to Nigeria. Obasanjo Atiku made that possible. Numbers started improving. They paid off the debt. They paid off Nigerian debt. And guess what? Atiku Abubakar was in charge of the economic policy, economic group, constitutionally.
Yes.
Then they hand over the power to Yar'Adua. The poor guy passed away a year, 2 years into the government. Then we had Jonathan. So we all remember Jonathan, was a little bit careless. And all of us wanted Jonathan out. I did not support Buhari. I never did. Because I experienced Buhari as a student. And the policy that he made was when my father, of blessed memory, made a conscious effort to send me to school in New York, he did that based on the income he was getting from some of his rental income.
Yes.
Naira depreciated. It became difficult for him to do that. That was under Buhari's administration as a military ruler. So when people talk about Atiku Abubakar, I said, follow history. Look at his performance. Look at what he has done. What he did with his boss. And he was, constitutionally, he was in charge of the economy.
Yes.
So that should be credited to him. Now, Buhari came. I don't need to tell you about the numbers. You know the numbers. Many of us are even more poorer now than when Buhari took over. We're here today. So what's Atiku going to do different? He has poverty on 4 pillars. And they are capability enhancement. Some of it Buhari is doing right now, which is a cash transfer. Right. Atiku planned on moving cash transfer from 3.1% of GDP to 7% of GDP and increase the spread.
What will be the side effect of that? And I'm asking you that because if Atiku is thinking of increasing it to 7%, why isn't this administration increasing it to 7%? People, economists will always tell you there are always 2 answers. There are always 2 sides to every story. Will there be a downside after increasing that to 7%?
No, you haven't let me finish. Okay. In addition to that, we are going to empower women. Women they manage economic resources better than some of us men, shamefully. So those women that cannot leave their homes as a result of social issues, we're going to empower them. There's a strong correlation between human capital, which is education and health, and poverty. When you improve education and health, poverty reduces. We're going to stimulate the economy, and stimulating that economy, GDP goes up, get more people back to work, training, having more artisans, because that's really, it's not everyone. There are quite significant of people that their education level is below secondary school. So let's get them skills. And in all this, the principle behind Atiku economic policy are 1, private sector participation. Removing government from where they don't belong. Because right now, government is in monopoly of a lot of private industries and stabilize prices. Right. That is why it's constantly reaching out to the private sector. And that goes back to the first, your introduction of that is selling government enterprises to his friends.
Yeah. Because he's engaged in the last couple of weeks, the Nigerian Guild of Editors, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Lagos Business School, and the sum total of everything he's talked about there is privatization, bringing in the private sector. There's a palpable fear out there that Atiku Abubakar is going to sell Nigeria's prized public infrastructure to all his friends and allies. And people are basing this on allegations made by his principal, the former president Obasanjo, and so when people keep hearing him talking about this privatization, it raises suspicion. Is this what he's coming back to do? To sell off everything to himself and his friends?
In 2018, 2019, when Mr. Atiku Abubakar came out about NNPC, he made the headline. He said, he's going to sell the NNPC to his friends and families. Fast forward, isn't that what APC just did? But they didn't even do it well. They didn't do it well. Because NNPC, when you privatize, you take it to the market.
It's still not been taken.
It's not taken to the market, so they don't even understand. This man said, look, I'm going to privatize NNPC. And there's the X amount, significant amount of money that will come to Nigeria, and that will take care of our infrastructure deficits. It will take care of our education, our health. The same thing is said.
Yes.
Fast forward, 2022, they did it. But they didn't even do it well. Mr. Aliko Dangote has started his own refinery from ground zero. He has launched it.
Yes.
He's about to go into production. If government had left Kaduna Refinery, don't you think Kaduna Refinery will be refining by now?
Yes.
So we have to be very careful when we are criticizing. what's those assets? What good is it to the government right now? What good is it to the government? The government is spending more resources to keep them alive, and that is where Mr. Atiku Abubakar is moving towards. Let's have smaller federal governments. Let's push a lot of resources back to the states. Let's get the private sector involved. Let's get the economy running. Let's create jobs.
All right. Join us again after the break. Welcome back. The National Bureau of Statistics report on poverty, I want to give you a quote from that. In general, the incidence of monetary poverty is lower than the incidence of multidimensional poverty across most states. 40.1% of the population experiencing monetary poverty, while multidimensional poverty is 63%. And this is according to the Monetary Policy Institute. This is 2022. So what is the difference? What is monetary poverty? What is multidimensional poverty?
Monetary poverty is very clear. You don't have money.
Okay.
You don't have a job. There's no income. Money. Multidimensional is deeper. Lack of access to sanitation, clean water, school, road network, health.
That's why that one is more, 63%.
So for significant of Nigeria today, there's poor health facilities. I'm still buying water.
Yes.
Lagos State is not giving me water. The education system in my local government is quite poor.
Healthcare?
Healthcare. God help you, go to General Hospital. I think the closest healthcare place for me is the General Hospital in Lagos Island. I went there once. It's horrible.
So, still on the economy, this CBN's redesign of the Naira note, is he supportive of it? Does he think that Nigeria needs to redesign the Naira at this particular time?
I can't remember having a discussion with him on the redesign of the Naira, but I don't think it matters to him. It doesn't matter to me either. I don't think there's any...
When you say it doesn't matter to you, I mean, there have been arguments pro and con on that.
Let me explain.
Yes.
What I mean by that is that there's really no... It doesn't have any effect on the end of the economic indices. However, we have bigger problem than currency design today. We have huge challenges. The mandate of the Central Bank of Nigeria is price stability. Inflation is off the hook. Interest rate is high.
Our inflation is in double digits now.
It's double digits, increasing by the day. So is it Naira design or price stability?
Okay, my business sense is not very good, but the argument put forth is that this inflation, one of the causes of it is because so much money is not within the system. The CBN has printed so much money, but the actual monies in the banks is less than half. So I've been told that if people were hoarding monies under, the ground and in cemeteries and so on, if they bring that money back into the banking system, it will drive inflation down.
Look, I don't want to be, I can't tell you that I believe this story. But once again, I will ask you a straight question. When last did you held the Naira? When last? I'm sure you do transfer.
Yes.
Significant of the population. CBN has done well in promoting electronic payments. I can't remember last time I have any Naira bill. I can't remember.
But aren't you seeing those videos and pictures of monies with 2003 dates on them, disintegrating? Surely that must be a good...
Angela, you know better than I mean, there's so much going on the internet nowadays. It's not all the videos and all the stories on the internet that you want to believe. I think, in my opinion, we have bigger issue with the design of the Naira. People are poor. Inflation is high. The kids don't have a job. These are real issues. Do you know how many people get into the workforce yearly in Nigeria? 5 million people. And only 10% of them that we can absorb. So what happens to the 4.5 million people? This redesign is only going to affect the poor, the unbanked. So we are even putting more pain on the poor. So when you redesign the Naira, it's them that are affected, not the rich ones. Because the rich they bought all the houses in highbrow areas.
And they have foreign currency as well.
So really, is that the issue we should be discussing? Or should we, I think we should be discussing the poverty issue. We should be discussing job creation. We should be discussing stabilizing the economy. We should be discussing creating jobs for the youth.
Now, as far as this economy is concerned, the APC had promised in their change mantra, one of the things that they pushed forward was diversification of the economy. We've seen the Buhari administration, I hope you will agree with me, they've done a lot as far as agriculture is concerned. Is Atiku Abubakar going to continue along that trajectory? If not, what are his plans to diversify the economy?
First of all, Atiku, I'm not even going to bother to address APC because we all know the result is very clear today. After 7 years, we are poorer, no jobs, no growth, right? What's Atiku going to do differently? And that is what, again, is 5-point agenda, and they are interrelated. What is 5-point agenda?
Yes.
Unity, because we are disunited today. Security, stimulating the economy, education, and restructuring. All these are related, dynamically related. If you don't have security, food stock can't come from the north.
Yes.
A lot of people are being displaced. Prices goes up. If we're not united, we cannot work together. And the economy we cannot stimulate the economy. You need the education to be able to stimulate. We need that human capital. It's very important. And all this 5 agenda of Atiku,
yes,
very thought out. Those 5-point agenda are based on 3 basic principles.
Which are?
Atiku said 1, I'm going to get away from government monopoly. So anything, rail, refinery, wherever government owns a monopoly, I'm going to get away from it.
Transmission Company of Nigeria?
I'm going to get, it's a monopoly. Let every state have their own transmit their power. I'm going to get private sector. I'm going to partner with the private sector to help me stimulate this economy. Because government can't do it alone. Government can't create the jobs. Atiku is looking to lift 10 million Nigerians out of poverty yearly and create 3 million jobs. And last thing, Atiku said he would have price stability. Having one single window on the monetary side. Right now we have multiple windows. One single window. Private sector involvement and government moving away from monopoly.
I'm wondering, if Atiku is saying, I'm going to have one, this is my problem with economists.
Yeah.
When you sit with one,
Yes.
he tells you that, oh no, go this way. And you sit with another one, he says, go this way.
Yeah.
This is the thing. You are saying now you do with one exchange rate.
Yes. You converge everything to one. And you float it. You managed it. Why should you have multiple exchange rates? Some well-connected Nigerians who buy it at the low price and sell it at isn't that what they call it, round tripping? Why should we have that? Why should we have all these rent seekers in the economy at the expense of 133 million poor Nigerians? Let's focus on those poor Nigerians. And that is why I find Mr. Atiku Abubakar attractive.
Atiku is not poor.
No. You're not listening to me.
You're
not listening to me.
I'm listening.
No, you're not listening to me.
Let me tell you why I'm saying that.
I'm talking about his policy.
Yes, no. And I'm telling you that being not a poor man,
No.
when he gets there, they always say these things.
No.
I've covered elections 2011, 2015, 2019. They always have lofty ideals.
But you and I started this discussion today, and I took you back to 1997, 98, 99, when Obasanjo took over the government, where Nigeria was until they left the government. The data speak. His record is clear. It was right there. So what is the ambiguity there? The man has done it before. He has negotiated Nigeria debt, paid off. He has improved Nigerian GDP. He created more jobs, more sectors, but more active. So what are we talking about? The man has done it before. So it's not your typical politician that comes and gives you a story. What we are going through now, it's nothing new. We've been here before.
The state of the economy you're talking about.
Yes, state of the economy. That's what matters. What else? That's what matters. And that is what is going to take the 133 million Nigerians out of poverty. Nowadays, we have kids graduating from university and they're still living at their parents' house. The last time I slept at my father's house was after when I left secondary school of my O-levels.
That's a long time.
That was a long time ago. By the time I finished uni, I had a number of companies. They've given me an offer letter. Some even gave me offer letter with a sign-on bonus in those days. Or they used the sign-on bonus for down payment to buy my first car. My first brand new car in those days.
Okay, so how would you convince someone who's an obedient to move from following Peter Obi? Because Peter Obi and Atiku were together. Many people who supported them together, who are dissatisfied with the PDP for giving the ticket to a northerner again, have moved with Peter Obi.
Look, this is very simple. This is very straightforward. And I always encourage the obedience. I said, look, I know thinking hurts, but try and think a little bit. I've explained Atiku's presidency to you and where Nigeria was in 1997, 98, 99 until Obasanjo Atiku completed their term. Now I'm going to go to Obi. Yes. Obi was governor of Anambra. I remember Obi was governor. I have a couple of friends that were from the East. I couldn't go to the East with them to celebrate Christmas. That's number one. Number two, unemployment was high. Poverty was in Anambra. But Obi took government's money and invested in his own company.
Yes, but government
Let
made
me
the
finish.
profit. Government made the profit.
Let me finish. Anywhere else in the world is unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And everybody accepted it, and we're all moving on. Took the government's money. That's the height of corruption. Took the government's money and invested in your own private business. Meanwhile, you have high unemployment, challenges with schools,
Yes.
health, road network. I could not remember when Obi was governor, people leaving Lagos to move back to Anambra. And you now use their money in your own private business.
He saved money.
You saved money.
Yes.
While your people are hungry, you saved money in your own private business. It's a height of corruption. Meanwhile, it did not create the jobs. It did not create the opportunities. And come on, let's think about this. Let's be very careful about this. Let's be yes, he's a great salesman. He can talk the talk. And I get it with the young people. They are frustrated. They are hopeless. So anyone that can
give a little bit of
hope and stories, I gotta give it to him. He's doing a good job at it.
Does he threaten Atiku's campaign at all?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back. And now that we're talking about threats to the ambition of Atiku Abubakar, is the PDP worried about the threat of incumbency that the APC holds?
Angela, seriously?
Yes.
How? Let me explain. All the macro indices are against APC today. Poverty has increased. So why would I vote a political party that has increased poverty? How? Why should I do that? Poverty has increased. No jobs. We have, on the average of 5 million people to the workforce, we can only absorb 10%.
The party is fighting hard.
Of course. But I think Nigerians know better. I think Nigerians know better. Yeah, I expect them to fight hard. But look, when they took over the government,
yes.
What was the exchange rate? What is it today? What was rent? What was it today? You can look at all the macro indices.
Where does Atiku stand on subsidy? He said at the Lagos Business School alumni conference that he would phase out subsidy in batches and he would channel those funds back into the economy. We've been there before. We've heard all these explanations. But when they get in, this subsidy, they can't remove it because the option is fuel shortage.
Subsidy is gone. APC has removed it. The new NNPC, what they are doing right now is illegal. Subsidy is gone. It's illegal. You should go and read the Petroleum
PIB, Petroleum Industry Bill Act. It's now an act now. Yes.
It's illegal. Subsidy is gone. There's no point discussing it. Subsidy is gone.
So we're paying more now because there's
no. The government should not be should have removed it. What the government is doing right now is illegal. There's no longer subsidy. It's illegal.
When you say it's illegal, the transforming NNPC into a private company.
Correct.
Is illegal.
No. Yeah, no. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
The subsidy itself is illegal today because it's because the Petroleum
Industry Act has vitiated it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's illegal. So don't even, what Mr. Chukwuka is saying is a lie. In fact, the federal government said they will operationalize it next year.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not up for discussion anymore. Yeah.
So the NNPC, in any case, it was Atiku's idea back then to privatize. So
Absolutely.
we're there now, but you still say there's still a little bit more to do.
Oh, a lot more to do. I think what they should have done, they should have just knocked on his door and asked him for Mr. Chukwuka to tutor them on what to do.
I want to tell you what the Director General of Voice of Nigeria, Osita Okechukwu, whom I interviewed previously, he says that as plausible as the idea of private sector partnership is, Atiku Abubakar's proposition is more or less preparing the grounds for rent seekers and scanty industrialists. He goes on to say, what Atiku is proposing is by no means different from the structural adjustment policy thrust. Neither is his proposal on the NNPC Limited better than the giant steps that President Muhammadu Buhari has taken towards commercializing of NNPC.
He clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. We're getting private sector involved. Private sector is going out to the market to raise money and not the enterprise. There's the rent seeking there. Of course, if you keep everything at status quo, that's the rent seeking.
Yes.
So he clearly doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, so it's been 6 years since you posited that Nigeria's Northeast had the potential to become the tech hub of Nigeria. This was at the 8th commencement.
Oh, you read it?
Yes, ceremony of class of 2016 at the American University in Yola. You proposed, you were talking about the kind of Silicon Valley with the university at the center of it.
Correct.
Now that you're living here, you still think it's feasible?
Absolutely. Look, let me tell you something. Mr. Atiku Abubakar founded American University. And some people think he should have put the university in Abuja, Lagos. People have made money, so they look at it in terms of the monetary side.
Yes.
But Mr. Atiku Abubakar looked at it differently. He wanted the school in the States, and I'm sure he could see the economic growth. So when I went to Yola, which has absolutely nothing to do with him, because American University in Washington hired me.
Yes.
The main road in Yola was a dual road.
2 lanes.
2 lanes. It was like a little village. Fast forward today, it's 4 lanes. There's been growth. If you go to Yola now, the plane is full. In and out of Yola, there's a lot of activities. Yes. Fast forward while I was there, by the way, the entire campus is wired. So
when you say wired, Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi. And we conduct our teaching electronically in classroom. All the students have the computers, and we, the academic community as well.
Yes.
So we do use the internet significantly. And the Google in particular was looking for some wisdom was best to them. They were looking for the highest hits out of Africa. They pointed at Nigeria and down to the place called Yola.
Yeah.
They came to Yola. They were shocked that there was so much, the Google search out of Yola. As a result, they gave some scholarship and grants to the American University. So American University in the last decade have produced very fine engineers, computer scientists. And I believe, there's been a bit of delay as a result of the economic condition of the country. But I still believe that a lot of our students will graduate from Yola, and some are doing that right now, and they will stay in Yola. They will be entrepreneur, technology entrepreneur in Yola, and develop Yola. More important in the Northeast. And I still believe that. I think that's still coming. And we can see what some of this, a lot of young Nigerians have done in terms of technology. We've done a lot in technology, we've done a lot in arts and culture, in music. So there's a lot of room to grow. We just need that strong leadership that would allow free thinking, private entrepreneur to survive. The condition today, it's makes it very difficult, and I believe it's just a temporary delay. You just have to storm through the weather, and things will get back on track.
You've talked about how hard times are right now in Nigeria. I can't help thinking that, isn't it global? Is every country not experiencing some kind of downturn? And isn't this an exponential result of events that have happened since COVID hit in 2019?
It doesn't apply to us in Nigeria. Look, we did not benefit from the oil price, increase in oil price, which we should have, and we didn't benefit from that because of our lack of investment in the oil and gas sector. And more importantly today, with the Russian-Ukraine war, if we were forward thinking, we would be the country
main beneficiaries
of the gas exports. The unrest in the northeast and in the north affected food prices and food security. If we have tackled Boko Haram and displacement of people from their farms, we will not be facing price increase. So the global issue has absolutely nothing to do with us. However, the climate change, we have no control over of that. In some parts of the south and some parts of the north, in the climate change, whereby some of the lands are becoming more desert, and in the southern parts there are the flooding issues. So, and of course of the gas flaring and the oil and gas challenges in the south side of the country. So we have our own issue, but we should have benefited from the global economic challenges. It has absolutely, it's a good excuse for our economic managers who should have done their job. That's what they lash on. But it has nothing to do with us.
One of my crew members doesn't want to vote for Atiku because he says Atiku is a northerner and that voting for Atiku would mean 16 unbroken years of a northern presidency.
Look, I'm a Yoruba man, I'm a Yoruba Muslim. And I've never seen that northerners in Atiku. I think, in fact, Atiku is more of a Lagos boy
than a northerner.
His wife, Auntie Titi, she's a Yoruba woman of Osun State. His children, some of my friends, they have Yoruba. So I think, and beyond that, the Atiku's doctor of how many years, Dr. Ndukwe? Great man. He's an Igbo man.
His personal physician.
Personal physician. He's been with him for over 20 years. You cannot see Mr. Atiku Abubakar, you don't see Mr. Ndukwe. So Atiku is a nationalist. So, in terms of when we are now talking about ethnicity,
yes,
it does not apply to him at all. It does not apply to him at all.
It's the same way the APC candidates will say, my wife is a Christian. In my house, you know, everybody's free.
Atiku Abubakar is even more Yoruba than some of us. His wife, ethnicity is Yoruba. So what are we talking about? In fact, why are we even dealing with ethnicity when we have poverty? Does poverty has cultural or religious bias? Let's deal with issues. Let's create jobs. Let's reduce poverty.
And I can't help thinking, listening to you with, you know, all these lofty ideas that the Atiku economic team has put together. For you to implement these policies, you need to win the election.
Yes.
And I don't see how he will win that election.
He will win the election.
Without the G5 and without the River State governor involved. That's the thing. You see, so we talk all this economy, but you need to win first before you can do all these things you want to do. How is Atiku going to handle this Wike G5? Because as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Akin, I always thought that this election was Atiku's to win or lose. But he seems to be losing momentum, or he has lost momentum because of this imbroglio in the PDP.
Look, the issue, I'm not qualified to talk about the issue of Wike and the policies of it, but I know it's a family affair. They will sort themselves out.
Are you confident?
Oh yeah, who's the next president?
You say that without equivocation.
I've moved beyond that. He's the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. I've moved beyond that. He's the next president. The issue with Wike and the other G5 is a family affair. They'll sort it out. I don't subscribe to all the videos, the abusive words, and it's
all that violence is
totally unnecessary.
Yeah.
Gentlemen should be able such. I think they will resolve it.
Right. So we now know that the candidate of the NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, I think is Atiku's friend. I'm not sure, but there were rumors that he was going to be stepping down. He's come out now in the last 24 hours to say, no, I'm not stepping down. So all those rumors have come to naught. Does that upset the plans of the PDP? People say that the PDP was relying on Kwankwaso stepping down, subsuming his campaign organization into that of the PDP for the benefit of Atiku.
Angela, I'm not privileged to this political discussion, negotiation.
Yes.
I'm not privileged to all that. What I'm passionate about is poverty reduction, job creation. Let's get the economic moving. Let's get people back to work. Let's create 3 million jobs per year. Let's take 10 million poor people out of poverty.
Yes.
So by 2030, we will have reduced poverty in this country to less than 20%.
Yes.
That is my interest. All the political intrigues is, I think, it will I'm not a politician who will sort themselves out.
Yeah.
But the key thing is to improve lives. Let's get Nigerians working. Let's get Nigerians happy. Let's stabilize prices. Let's get CBN working. Let Nigerians be happy. Let our youth be happy. That's my interest.
I hope I'll be back as the campaigns hot up a bit more.
I'm here.
Thank you very much for spending an hour with me today, Mr. Akinkunmi. And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic-based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right? Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you take in these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you take in a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal, and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkaline water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins, B, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer and you're like, no, check your prostates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in a new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. For me, it's a privilege to be in the presence of my guest. He is an icon in engineering and broadcasting and public service in Nigeria. Pioneer, Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority.
Engineer Vincent Maduka, also named Ifeanyi Chukwu, which means glory to God, was born in the Ekpetado area of Lagos on the 5th of October 1935. He is from Delta State. He attended the Lagos Government School and won a full scholarship to King's College Lagos in 1949. He graduated with a BSc Honours in Electrical Engineering from the University of Leeds, England in 1959, and also received the MENG-SC degree in Applied Acoustics from the University College of Dublin, UCD, Ireland, in 1969. He undertook a graduate apprenticeship with the renowned radio company Marconi Co. Limited in the UK and joined the Western Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, Ibadan, as a broadcast engineer in 1961. He spent a short time at the Irish National Television Organisation, Dublin, in 1968 to 1969, and on return to Ibadan in 1969, he was promoted Chief Engineer. He was appointed General Manager, Chief Executive Officer there in 1973.
Welcome to this program, sir, Engineer Vincent Maduka.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for granting us some time of your very busy schedule.
Oh.
I put busy in parentheses. You have had a wonderful career, an illustrious career, premised on your study of engineering. What motivated you to study engineering?
Right. Well, the easiest answer would be that I enjoyed physics, chemistry, and mathematics. All right. But I also enjoyed English literature. It was European history I was taught, which I enjoyed. But more importantly, to answer your question, was that if I undertook engineering at degree level, I would get a scholarship.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. That was one. Two, there was no engineering school in Nigeria that awarded a degree.
At that time.
So I would go abroad to study. And these were two great attractions. And three, there was a job waiting.
Oh, there was a job waiting once you finished.
Yes. Because in fact, our career master at school went through the government gazette with us because for graduates, the employment was almost clearly going to be in the public service.
Okay.
The private sector at that time couldn't afford to hire university graduates. So some very bright ones, people who went into the private sector, even left at intermediate, taken out of the university, are attracted by good pay and a car, and they left. But generally, if you had a degree, you were going to work in the public sector, by and large. Unless, of course, it was in law or medicine.
Medicine, yes.
And for law and medicine, there were no scholarships.
Oh, there were no scholarships?
No. You paid your way because the pay, your salary was going to be so good that everybody would line up wanting to do those two courses. So in engineering, you're going to get a job in the public sector. In my time, you were going to go abroad to learn it, and with a scholarship.
And so when you returned home after your studies, there was a job waiting for you?
More than that.
Oh.
I was finishing a 2-year mandatory apprenticeship. In fact, with Makuni, foremost radio company.
The company, yes.
Exactly. And at the end of 2 years, I was considering an offer from them or any other electronic company in the UK. And then a letter comes to me saying, I am a Western Region scholar. I am bonded to work for the Western Region for 5 months. For 5 years.
For 5 years.
I must come and take a job in October 1961.
So no choice.
I had no choice.
So you had to come.
So I had to come. The pay in Nigeria was much higher than anything I was being offered.
Are you?
Pound for pound. And it was, you were an oppressor in Nigeria with that pay. Even with the UK pay, I would be an oppressor in Nigeria, not to mention a pay that was 50% higher in Nigeria
than the UK pay. Also, the motivation was there for you to come back?
Motivation was there for me to come back, clearly, yes. When I came back, this is to make the mouth of those who didn't have that advantage water. Yes. I was being offered £600.
Yes.
After 2 years of graduate apprenticeship in the UK. I was being directed to come and take the job, which in the public service was £972. per annum.
That was almost £1,000 then.
More.
Yes.
No, £600. Oh yes, nearly £1,000.
Nearly £1,000. Yes.
Then of course in Nigeria, you had a car loan straight away.
Mm-hmm.
I shared a flat with a Ghanaian in Chelmsford, and if I went out to London to work, I couldn't afford a whole flat, I don't think. But anyway, the conditions were far better. But that's also because we were privileged people at that time.
Okay.
I mean, I arrived in Ibadan, car dealers, brand new cars, I'm not talking of used cars, were sending me catalogs.
Okay.
I had a driver, all within 2-3 months of taking on a new job.
Home and taking up that job.
Yes. So, but I had to work for 5 years.
On bond.
On the bond.
Because of the scholarship.
I had enjoyed, yes.
Okay, but while serving that bond out, what was your experience like?
It was completely open-ended for me.
Okay.
As long as I remained there, I think my bond would have expired in 1966.
Yes.
By that time, I'd had at least one promotion from 900 or whatever pounds to 1860.
That's like double.
Yes. By 1967, 68.
Okay. Wow.
Yes. By 67.
67.
I think by
because
67.
That was still within your bond period.
Yeah, period. So the opportunities were very were ample in those days.
Yes.
But as I said, things were different. When I gained admission into my secondary school, only 25 kids were taken in the whole country.
Into King's College?
Yes. It was a national entrance exam. Only 25 people were admitted.
But the population was low then?
Population was low, but not less than, I don't think we were fewer than 40 million, 30 odd million.
Yes.
Yes.
But then these days were in the hundreds of millions.
Well, Lagos today is 20 million.
Yes, or a little above.
Or a little above.
Yes.
Yes. So it was, we were a small minority, highly privileged, because we were moving into the shoes of the colonial officials. There's no reason why anybody would expect that situation to go on.
Forever.
But you would have planned for a proper growth pattern.
Yes, but in the course of your career,
yes,
you served in the regional and the federal public services.
Yes.
Would you want to share with us any major differences between the two, or were they similar?
Certainly not in my own experience.
Okay.
They were very different, very different.
In what ways?
First, when I started, it was a political system in place.
That as in a civilian system?
It was civilian.
Okay, sir.
Civilian, rather.
Yes.
In 61, I think Akintola was governor of,
was
the premier,
yes.
Premier of the Western region.
Yes.
Because of the problem in the government party at the time, the Action Group,
yes,
in the two factions,
yes,
there was gross instability in the state. Even
within the entire region.
The entire region,
yes,
rather. And WNTV suffered a lot for it. In my book, I showed how many chairmen, or board chairmen, there were times when a chairman didn't last 90 days. Before then you're out and another chairman
comes in.
So even the general management was, the CEO was invariably from the civil service. And they couldn't run a business, they couldn't run broadcast in any way. And so it was a very unstable situation until the coup of 1966,
yeah,
when we then had a military governor. All all right? And comparatively, I mean, it was far, far better and stable environment in the broadcasting house.
Okay.
When we had Emilio Fajui.
Fajui,
yes. Well, he was killed in no time at all and replaced with Adebayo.
Adebayo, yes.
Yes. Who was a fine gentleman, and we had no difficulties. I'm trying to compare now at that level, because that's where things trickle down from.
Exactly.
You had a governor who he wasn't interfering at all with the running of the station. In fact, I'll make a little joke or issue.
Yes.
He came to do a broadcast once.
Okay.
Beforehand, he had asked for all the questions I was going to ask him.
Yes.
And obviously, between him and the civil servants, they rehearsed the answers. So Yomami was sounding very sharp, and then our bright interviewer, Kunle Adeleke, did a follow-up question on what he had just answered, and the man was obviously flustered. So he turned around, his officials were around the street. He said, "What number is that?" Because I mean, he had all been, and they couldn't see where that question came from. So, but we are afraid that a head will roll after.
I was going to ask.
Nothing happened, nothing. After he just went away.
Oh, nothing was done to the gentleman who flustered him?
Nothing.
Wow. And some people
would have taken offense and made trouble. All right, now this was within this region.
Yes.
I then moved to federal.
Okay.
Even the procedure of getting the job as DG in federal, which I had opposed the takeover of regional TV stations by the federal government. So I was surprised that I was even being considered for the job of DG.
And pioneer at that.
Pioneer DG. I mean, it was a list of my ambitions.
Probably somebody thought, okay, you are opposed to it, come and do it.
There was somebody else they had in mind.
Okay.
At the federal level.
Okay.
Who then turned it down and said, look, I know this chap, give it to him. And because they respected his opinion, they didn't know me, they gave it to me.
Oh, wow.
And within a year, they were beginning to ask whether it was the right decision they took.
Why would you say that, sir?
Because in the West, where I came from, apart from the governor, the military premier and all that, once the military, the civilian premier, once the military came in, remarkably, they didn't care about appearing on TV. Remarkably. But at federal level, they seemed to.
Yes.
And I was not used to
that.
No. And so I got in trouble.
Oh, no. Maybe we'll talk about that trouble soon. Now, you know, the leadership in the public service under the military and the civilians, how would you describe it?
Well, for me, we got on better as broadcasters with military than with civilians.
Really?
Yes, yes, yes. The military, we are not so worried about their own persons. At the time I went over to a federal job, military, it was after the Civil War. Well, during and after the Civil War.
Okay.
I mean, I went to NTA in 1977.
Okay.
And the military war, the civilian, the Civil War had ended the whole 7 years.
Yes.
All right. The military had been in government since 66.
66, 67, yes.
So they were completely, I mean, it was as if we never have anything but a military system by the time I got to the federal.
Exactly.
Yes. And they were very sensitive about broadcasts and what you said and how you said it, which I didn't have at all as a problem in WNTV.
Okay. In those days that government used to change at...
No, that was civilian.
No, broadcasting house.
Yes.
Like whenever there was a coup.
Yes. Government change.
Yes.
But I really never. There was, all right, 65.
Yes.
Was it 65?
That was the change.
When
in 65, I was just 3 years old.
75. 75.
Yes.
When there was a change, Murichala became...
That was 76.
When was he killed?
No, 76 it was killed. 75
it was. 75.
It was 75, yes. When Gowon went to Addis Ababa and all that, yes.
And the federal government was a bit nervy, I think.
Yes.
A new governor was sent to the West.
Yes.
And he started a purge system. Because even at federal level, there was a purge of civil servants. And on 4 o'clock radio, the entire family must listen. Because maybe
don't know who is still there.
Yes. So I had a case where I was being removed.
Oh.
I was on training abroad. And I had word that I was being removed. I should come back home. So I said, no. If I come back home to see myself removed, no, they can remove me when I come back home. I know I've been removed. And anyway.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a break now. Yes. My guest is Engineer Vincent Maduka, who will be back shortly. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Engineer Vincent Maduka is my guest. Sir, you refuse to come back home. You
I said I'll finish
the training first.
Yes, I'll come. When I came back, there was rumor that I had been removed.
But you were not removed.
No. It was an amazing experience for me and everybody. I wasn't the only one that new governor. He was a naval officer. He came and he was just kicking people around. From what I gather, he had friends who told him, because he didn't live even in the West, in the West.
Yes.
When he came, his friends, I think they say, were telling him that man there, he has to go, that one has to go. And he was just going by what his friends were telling him. That's what I was told.
Okay.
So I arrived, and I think the week I arrived, he was replaced.
Oh, no.
And the new governor actually came to WNTV and dragged me to my office. I wasn't in my office when he came. Took me to my office and interviewed me. Asked me, where did you get this? I said, I met it here. What about that? I met it here, my predecessor, and so on. He said, but they told me that you've been spending the company's money and doing all sorts of things. Not one thing has been changed since I took over in 73. This was 75. 3 years. So he said the idea was that I was to be sacked.
Wow.
And he thought he better chat with this man first. That's how my job was saved. Now, the more usual thing was that you were sacked, and that was it. 4 o'clock news in those days, you were told that you heard that you have been sacked.
And that's it.
And that was it.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So I think I was lucky there. Then I went to Federal, and I was also told by that the head of state was about to sack me because they were not sure I was loyal to the federal government. The kind of broadcasts we were making news, we were not behaving as if we belonged to the federal government. I said, you own us, but we are running things for you. When eventually I was summoned by the head of state, say, I want to sack you. These were the things I'm told you've done. So I was given a chance, and that was sheer luck, because they could have sacked you, and there was nothing you could do about it. And they sacked many people.
So quite a lot of mistakes were made during that period.
Yes, it was highly personalized.
Yeah, but in terms of functions, there was not much intrusion into your day-to-day running?
You knew how to behave, and if you didn't behave like that,
you knew what
you might be in trouble. And I was summoned by the head of state, who said to me that he was on the point of sacking me. Then he just thought, why not talk to him?
Okay.
He said I was not patriotic enough, because I was not singing the praise of Nigeria. I'm not a journalist, but I told the journalist, I said, you can't write like that. How does it sound to you? Then the one that said that I was not a patriotic Nigerian. There were a number of things he said.
And they're all in your book.
And
You call the book Real Life.
Yes.
Real Life.
Yes.
Real, I believe, is from the reel to reel of those.
Exactly.
Those days. So it's like it's a catalogue of what happened.
During
your career.
Yes, exactly. Of my career managing two public service television organizations.
Yes. And that was quite some experience for you.
It was. I enjoyed it, like all broadcasters do their careers. It's a family, it's a life, a way of life.
Yes, it is.
Yes. And you don't want to walk out of it easily.
And you've been retired for so many years.
I've been retired probably nearly as long as I had worked.
And you're still a distinguished leader.
Well, it's my first love.
In the family. In the family of broadcasting.
Broadcasting is my first love.
So you can't ever give it up.
I doubt if I can.
You can't.
No.
Because this book, for instance, now, many of us are going to read it.
Yes.
And we'll be reaching out, you said this over there. Okay, let's get some further clarifications and probably ask you to do a follow-up. Like read maybe a second volume or something like that.
If you know how long it took me to do this one, you know that it will not be possible. Unless, of course, I've gained such experience that I can do it in a shorter time.
Well, maybe we'll use technology now. Because I want to talk about technology, for instance. Technology has been very impactful in the development of broadcasting in the world generally, but let's bring it home to Nigeria. You worked both in the period when there was regulation and the period when it was deregulated. By that, I don't mean you were fully, I mean that you have seen it happen.
Yes.
What do you think of the deregulated broadcast environment in Nigeria?
It's a democratization of broadcasting.
Yes.
In 1953.
Yes.
Tony Enahoro of the Action Group moved a motion for self-government for Nigeria now.
Yes.
1953.
Yes.
And it led to a crisis. Basically, the northern politicians said they were not ready for self-government, and there was a general split.
Yes.
And a lot of turmoil. And the colonial governor, don't want to guess any name in case I'm wrong, but I think it was McPherson or somebody, went on Radio Nigeria, which was Federal Radio Corporation, I think it was already Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria.
No, it was then.
Or Radio NBS or whatever.
Yes.
And criticized Chief Awolowo for the criticism and the political crisis that arose from that. Whereupon Chief Awolowo asked for a right of reply. And there was only one radio, and it was Federal Radio. And he was refused that right of reply. So a debate started as to why the federal government could have the monopoly of the airwaves. The subsequent constitutional conference, again, I'm not guessing whether it was maybe 56 or...
I think that was 56.
56.
Yes.
Then allowed regions
to
have broadcasting powers, which the federal government was enjoying. Whereupon the Western region went straight away and started a TV station.
Oh, not even a radio?
No.
I thought they started both together.
So that's why the station is called WNTV.
Yes.
WNBS.
And then WNBS. That means that came later.
So WNTV was the first station.
Yes.
First operation, October 1,
yes.
1960.
Was it 60, 58?
59.
59.
59.
Okay, yes.
Independence was 60.
It was 60, yes.
And WNTV was a year before independence.
Before independence,
yes.
okay.
So that was first in Africa.
Yes.
6 months after the radio service
so then
came
it became
along.
WNTV,
WNBS.
Yes.
All right. About the same time, Eastern Nigeria came on air. Eastern Nigeria Television, ENTV.
ENTV, yes.
So that was the kind of competition you
That
had.
was.
And I think by maybe 62 or thereabouts,
Yes.
Radio Kaduna Television,
Came on.
RKTV,
Yes.
came on with both radio and TV at the same time. And then the Federal TV was later. I think they came in 1962.
Yes.
Under, I think, Babangida's
Babangida, yes, it was Babangida that did
constitution.
that, yes. I think it was-
Anybody could set up a radio station, provided he
a
had a license granted by the president.
Yes.
Now, it was a bit too heavy that a license would be granted by the president because that made it discretionary. I mean, I applied for a license, for instance.
Yes.
Never got it.
Yeah, many of us.
But not because they didn't like me.
Yeah.
I had stupidly with my colleagues, including Christopher Kolade, today's grandfather of broadcast.
Yes, yes.
And Teju Yeleye,
Yes.
my predecessor at Ibadan,
At Ibadan,
and
yes,
my
sir.
mentor.
Yes, sir.
3 of us, and a journalist, a reputed journalist, Richard Ikebe.
Richard Ikebe, yes, sir.
Richard Ikebe.
Yes.
Went to Obafemi, what was his name now?
Babangida?
No, to Obasanjo.
Okay, General Obasanjo, yes.
And asked him to come and be our chairman.
Chairman, oh. It was a powerful board.
It was a powerful board. And we were laughing. I mean, you couldn't beat us.
Yes.
But then Babangida was to approve in person.
Yes.
In the meantime, General Obasanjo, having stepped down from being head of state, was criticizing Babangida's administration, that he didn't have a face of pity in his austerity.
Yes.
He said he should put a human face to his
To the
austerity,
yes.
austerity
Yes.
at the time. And he was a great, Obasanjo was a great champion of that.
Of that, yes.
Human face. And then he
application,
then
but-
applied for a license. And of course, the then head of state, Babangida said, you don't have a radio or TV license. You're criticizing me. What will you do when you have one?
So the rest is history.
History.
Wow.
There's technological deregulation now. Anybody
Yeah.
can run a TV station from his
From your
on
your phone, from your home.
practically.
Yes.
I
on
say
the-
practically
via
because-
the internet.
Yes, via the internet.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the freedom, the capacity to do that, doesn't it seem like it's eroding the golden rules and tenets of broadcasting and how to conduct the business?
Yes, just as it's eroding it,
Yes.
so it's also enriching it. There's such great capacity now for you to broadcast.
Yes.
In my days, it was a great effort to set up an outside broadcast TV. You went there 2 days ahead to set up your antenna for microwave delivery to the end station. If you're doing it from a football match, you didn't have enough resources to have a permanent outside broadcast set up in the stadium. So you took your stuff back and setting it up and aligning.
Aligning for line of sight. and
Oh,
all that.
exactly.
Yes.
So it was, today you just go on your data and you're broadcasting to the world practically.
Send through YouTube or,
Yes.
or Facebook
Yes.
or any other book.
Exactly, any other book. So technology has liberalized broadcasting. You don't need an elaborate building. Look at, I'm sure whatever you are doing here cannot be any less than what they were doing at Victoria Island, Ahmadu Bello Way,
Yes.
NTA Channel 10.
It's the same.
Big grounds, I don't know how many hundreds of people working there.
Yeah.
In 1986, at NTA, when I was DG, there were 7,000 employees all over the country. All over the country.
All over the country?
Yes, 7,000.
That's a lot.
Hell of a lot of people.
The professionalism expected in the content, the balance expected seems not to be there.
Well, this is more an ethical matter.
Yes.
Than one of measurement of success. In media, success tends to be measured in the quantity of recipients.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. In commercial broadcasting, that fetches you more money. If your station is popular with people with buying power, then you get adverts and you make more money. Right? In the public sector, or from the public service point of view, if you are touching more lives and more souls and more minds,
yes,
that is a measure of your success. And it was called broadcasting.
Yes.
Now, what are you doing? Narrowcasting.
Narrowcasting,
yes.
Yes.
Even Lagos, I had only one TV station in the past. When we were moving to two stations, it was doubling the entire thing.
But now,
today,
in the Lagos area alone,
Exactly.
I think we have more than 32 radio stations.
All right.
And not less than
10,
12 or 13
television
stations. Yes. So it's still broadcasting, but they're
no narrowcasting.
narrowcasting to
In the sense-
select
Exactly.
audience
You have to
groups
choose
and all
your
that,
audience, yes.
and specialize
Must
in
be exactly.
reaching them.
Yes.
But you didn't have the luxury of that specialization as DGNTA. But what you did have was that generations, including myself, grew up being influenced by content that was developed or produced under your direct supervision. But was there any time that your content rubbed off the powers that be
Oh, yes.
wrongly?
Oh, yes.
Would
Oh,
you
yes.
like to cite an instance?
All right. Like, I was charged with disloyalty to the presidency.
Wow.
And what was the real charge? I was not showing the president often enough on television. Not that I was showing him in bad light.
Yeah, just
not often enough.
He should have been portrayed more.
Yeah.
How was that resolved?
Well, when I heard that there was trouble coming, I went up to him because a lot of these problems are created by
people, hangers on.
Hangers on.
Yes.
So I went up to him and I said, if we don't show you all the time, it's not because we don't love you. But and the real example I gave him was, if we showed you so often that people, as soon as you appear, they say, let me know when
when he's off.
Let me go and use the toilet quickly.
Yes.
When he's over, call me.
Call me.
I said, you really,
you don't
that's not what we want to do for you. He happened to be a president who you couldn't read his emotions from his face. So whether he agreed with me or not, it didn't show. The same thing had happened with the military head of state, Obasanjo.
Oh.
But he comes fighting.
Yes.
When he summoned me because he was fed up with me, he said, I got in front of him and he had a list of charges against me, written down, notes.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was taking them one after the other. And we were going through them. And he said, you told your people not to put me on TV. And I was looking at him. He said, yes, talk. I said, well. He said, what do you mean, well? I said, I didn't say they shouldn't put you on TV. I just said, you shouldn't be put on TV just so that to show that we have a head of state. I said, we put you on TV because you are doing something presidential.
Yes.
You're doing something that calls for it. But by the time little children housewives, and I'm not putting them down,
Yes.
begin to say, that man, let me go and
do something else
quickly before you get back into serious business.
Yeah.
I said, that means that that's not what they told him.
Uh-huh.
I said, well, I wasn't there when they were telling
They
me.
were telling you.
Yeah. But I repeated the thing. He left in 79.
Yes.
And the civilian that succeeded him, I was already hearing rumors like this, that his courtiers were already saying, that television man, he doesn't show respect. And I went to him. He hadn't accused me. And I told him what we were trying to do, why we didn't show him. No, that was 79. Well, I lasted another 3 years. He fired me. I was removed.
Oh, no.
Yes.
But you know, the tenure of service or of a job in the public sector seems to be better guaranteed than in the private sector. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
Especially in broadcasting.
Yes, because it seemed to be better guaranteed in the private sector.
No.
In the public
sector.
I'll be surprised. Private sector,
yes,
you have a target.
Yes.
Returns.
Yes.
Money.
Yes.
Now, if you can't deliver the money, you failed. Public sector, you don't have a brief. And because you don't have a brief, many people make a brief for themselves.
For themselves.
Make the boss happy by showing him or by saying nice things about him or to him. Yes. And singing his praise. Yes. The same military head of state, General Obasanjo, when he called me and we had this chat, he said, a West African head of state visited him in Nigeria. And Nigerian press and were blasting the man. I think either Togo or Benin, I don't remember. They were abusing him like they do. And the man got to General Obasanjo. I said, what the hell is going on in your country? He said, is that how they treat a visiting head of state? Obasanjo said, what? He said, your newspapers are radio stations, they're abusing me. He said, oh, they abuse me too. I said, he doesn't understand that in his country, if his picture appears on TV, everybody, if you're in your house, you get up. Yes. And the head of state is on air.
Whoa.
Yes.
He said that?
Yes. At that time, yes.
That means we're different.
Far better.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a break now, sir. We'll come back very soon. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still a conversation with Engineer Vincent Maduka. Sir, it's really kind of you to afford me this opportunity. You're an elder statesman. Yes, you are.
Elderly man.
No, sir. You're an elder statesman. You see, not many people have had the kind of experience you've had. You worked in the public service all your life. When they were to start the Nigerian Communications Commission, you served as consultant and CEO. You have contributed. So you are an elder statesman. You may not have been a politician before, and you may not be a politician right now.
Okay.
But your service in the public sector is illustrious. And we have to ask, what do you see happening in our country? Or how do you see what is happening in our country?
I feel sad.
Yeah.
But then you must try and explain what your eyes are seeing. And see whether your analysis leads to a solution. And you can be sad, and then what? The main issue is we're not doing well.
Yeah.
Can we do better? Properly, the answer is yes. What are we not doing right? How do we do it right? And those are the difficult ones. How would we like Nigeria to be? That's easy. There are examples everywhere. You can't say you want to be like the UK, for instance. They've been at this game for a long time.
Very long.
You can say you want to be like Malaysia or like Hong Kong.
Yes.
You may not have exactly the same background or the same DNA as them, but you can see where they are coming from within your lifetime and where they are now.
Yeah.
So we can see what we would like to be. But how can we get there? Did we miss the road, as we say, somewhere? Or are we still on the right path, in which case it's only a matter of time? Now, that I can't answer all those questions easily. I can say that as two nations under external forces, Nigeria and say Malaysia, Nigeria and Singapore were at par. Beyond that, racially we are different.
Yes.
If you take the Singaporeans, they are largely Chinese and Indians.
Yes.
Those two kinds of people had writings before the current European civilization.
Yeah.
If we had, it was not so widespread.
Yes.
So perhaps we have some catching up to do compared to those people.
Yes.
But we can see what they've done. And we know that everything they've done is within our capacity. But each of us can't get up and start to do those things. We have to be organized as a body. And we don't want to be organized externally. We have to be organized internally.
Yes.
Now, who is going to do it? That man is called a leader. A lot of people say, oh, followership matters. There are theories of leadership, and I was privileged to teach leadership at some point at university level. It's the leader that decides really how the followers are going to behave.
Yes.
A good leader is going to bring him a bunch of criminals, theoretically.
Yes.
And he wants to go from point A to point B. And those people are not used to being told what to do. A good leader will get them to go from point A to point B.
Okay.
It may take him a little longer than a bad leader.
Yeah. But sir, the leadership vacuum in Nigeria, is there really a leadership vacuum? Or it's a question of right or wrong?
I have not said there's no leader. I have not said so. But you're not a leader if you're not doing well as a leader. You can't say you're a footballer because you can kick the ball into your own goal. That's why I put in my team.
No.
But you're a footballer and you're a kicker. And if we're not getting the ball in the net, it's because we have not got it right.
Got what right now? The leadership question or the people question?
No.
There's no everything together.
There's no peopleship.
Oh.
A leader takes his people to where they all want to go.
Okay.
Not where he wants to go. Where he and they want to go. They must coincide.
Just get them going.
You have to get them to go the right way, at the right pace, to get to the right place.
Okay. Now, if we...
It will take time. It will take time. But we must see at all times that we are in the right direction.
So, something like the ethics or ethos or morality of public life is not there. It's not like it used to be in your time.
I agree.
If that is not there, what's the hope for the country?
Oh, there are two ways of looking at it. You need somebody who knows, A, where we should be going, B, how we should do it.
Yeah.
He may not be dead certain, but he'll be adjusting as we're going.
Yes.
That's one. Two is, I'm not aware of any society that has really turned around in 8 years.
No.
No, so 8 years is not enough for any leader. anywhere in the world.
We've been at it for...
Not with one leader.
1999. Oh, you are saying that we need one leader
who knows
the
where
way
we're going and how we can get there. And how to take this bunch of animals and organize them properly so that we can get there.
And then, but when his 8 years finishes,
you should get another man who also knows.
Okay, that's
who
why...
Who even knows better now, because you've got experience, you yourself choosing. You've got experience from the last experience.
That suggests that there must still be a space for the anointing of successors to political office holders.
Anointing suggests that somebody other than the mass of the people is determining.
Okay.
And if it's a bad man anointing, you can only anoint a bad man.
Okay.
So that's not a solution.
That's not the solution.
It has to be an enlightened people taking a decision. Sometimes they are not taking decision. By enlightenment doesn't mean that they are well trained and skilled. But your pain will teach you how to select somebody who will make you prosper. Okay. The pain you are going through tells you that that's not the man who will get me there.
That's very good, sir. Now, I'm going to ask you this question about our Nigeria. How do we integrate ourselves better? Ethnic groupings and interrelationships and all that. For instance, you said that you went to school overseas on a scholarship from the Western region, and you were bonded. You came, you served, and you even rose to become GM of WNTV. These days, people are saying, no, if you don't speak this language, you can't be here. If you don't do that, you can't be there.
Well, you've chosen the wrong expression. If you don't speak this language, I speak the language.
Oh, no. Okay, no. With you, because
no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, yes.
You went to King's College, you speak Yoruba.
No, I'm not allowed to speak any other language at King's. Or
at King's, yes, I know.
Yes. But no, my own is slightly different.
Yes.
I was born in Lagos, here, Ekpetedo. All right? Yeah. Went to primary school in Lagos.
In Lagos.
My first language might not have been exactly Yoruba, but I spoke Yoruba outside. And if I crossed that door, I spoke Igbo.
Igbo.
All right? And then my dad called me Dele, which was my general name. Yeah. If you called me Ifeanyi Chukwu, I knew I was in trouble.
Whoa. That was the code.
So I knew something's gone wrong.
Yes.
All right. So home and outside. But I think we need time. And I'll tell you why.
Yes, sir.
When I was growing up in the street in Lagos, you see, when you are a successful GM and so on, you can now talk about when you are growing in the street. Exactly. But if you ended up in the street, you won't talk about it.
That's true, sir.
When I was growing up in the street, we used to call people Kobo Kobo. And that was anybody who was not Hausa and not Yoruba. We didn't know all these other grades.
Yes.
Kobo Kobo comes from Kobo Kobo. And yes. Somebody says it wrongly.
Yes, and it's Kobo Kobo.
Then the other way, Aroke.
Aroke, yes.
All right? He didn't speak Inago. Yeah. Inago is Lagos.
It's Lagos.
All these people now claiming that they own Lagos, and I lie.
Yes.
All right? They were Arokes.
Yes.
When I was growing up. They all had marks. Aroke. Or they were Ijebus.
Yes.
And the Ijebus were the ones renting our bicycles for 1 kobo. They were the ones mending bicycles. They were the ones doing blacksmithery, goldsmith. And they were making Owo Ijebu.
Owo Ijebu, yes.
Right?
Manda.
Manda.
Yes.
Okay. So they were not Lagosians. I was a Lagosian.
Born.
Because we were the ones calling other people things. Yes. We were the ones calling other people names.
Yes.
Calling Ijebuni, Aroke,
yes.
And so on. All right? That was, let's say that was 80 years ago.
Yes.
I got to Ibadan. After university,
yes.
I was working there. And the Ekiti man was Ekiti. He was not that. He was Ekiti.
Yes.
Ijebu man was Ijebu man.
Yes.
In Ibadan, they used to say to people, Ijebu nie abeyon. Ijebunia Abeyon. And during the crisis,
Wetia crisis,
right?
yes.
If you didn't answer properly, they might pour petrol on you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, it was as bad as that. So, but now, all those Ijebus and their Rokis, now they are claiming that they are all together in Yoruba. Yoruba is not a Yoruba word.
Yes.
The name Yoruba, when I was broadcasting, we said, Enyara Karo Jire. The word Yoruba was around, but we didn't use it.
Yes.
Because it was not so acceptable.
Okay.
Karo Jire means Ekiti. It's Karo Jire. Ijesha.
Karo Jire.
Oyo.
Yeah.
Ondo.
There's a common greeting amongst them. Yes.
Karo Jire. Yoruba was either Aroke or, well, Yoruba was essentially biblical. I'm not an expert in what I'm talking about, but I'm somebody who experienced it.
It's experiential for you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yoruba was as written in the Bible, then in
text.
Text.
Okay.
Yes.
But, sir,
where is the origin of the word Yoruba?
Exactly.
You can find out after this program. I don't know.
I will. But you said we need time.
Yes.
What would this time do?
What I'm driving at is that we've come from the time when you said Ijebunia Abeyon to the time that you are now saying that all of you jointly. So you've united.
Yes.
Ijebus at Enyon have united. Huh?
Yeah. Okay, so you believe that at some time,
if there is enough time,
if there's enough time, there's going to be that unity that will bring us all
But
together.
you can hasten it by deliberation.
Okay.
By putting things in place to make it happen. You can. You don't just wait like typical waiting for God.
Waiting for God.
Or Godot.
But God is already here.
God is very busy. He's very busy. And Nigeria is not the only problem. It's the only problem.
At all.
Exactly.
Plenty trouble.
Yes.
Sir, now that you're retired, what's your day like?
In a way, disorganized.
How?
Yes. I mean, I don't wake up. Today I knew I had to come here.
Yes.
And yesterday I said, oh, how am I going? Oh, a lion. Which one do I want to wear? I don't want to. I can't wear anything formal.
Yes.
So that occupies my mind. How am I going to? What do I put on?
Yes.
And so on. And then I iron my.
Oh, you iron by yourself?
Yeah.
Because so I'm in good company then.
You do that too.
Oh yes, I do.
I have time, man. And I'm
Nobody
very critical.
can iron for me.
I'm very critical. Exactly. Very critical.
Yes.
Whatever the washerman does, he does the bulk.
Yes.
But sometimes I take out what he has, then I wet it, maybe starch it, and because I have time on my hands.
You get the crease right.
Yeah, I get it.
So what else do you do on a daily
books,
basis?
Books, which I've never finished.
Oh.
I've never. I take one, I read part of it, and then when I come back, I can't find it. So I take the next one, and I read. Because the one I was reading, I might have gone downstairs with it and left it downstairs.
Okay.
When I want to get it back, I don't want to go back downstairs, or maybe. So I pick up another
book.
Yes.
And start reading.
Yes, start reading. And so I most of the time I watch TV.
Okay.
Second to that, I read. And
yes,
then,
the book.
Yes. It took me a long time.
Yes. The book.
Because I was not doing it continuously.
Yes.
I did it. I didn't like it. I gave up.
Yeah.
Then I met the founder of the Pan-Atlantic University. I've known their organization way back from my Ibadan days. And I found out he was writing 3 books at the same time.
3?
He was a professor, professor of engineering. He was writing 3 books.
Professor of engineering?
Yes. But none of those 3 was in engineering at the time I'm talking about. I said, how the hell are you? I can't write 1 book, and you are writing 3. And he told me how he organized himself, and he got somebody to dictate to. Dictate to you go away, do that. Anyway, finally I met my publisher, who began to organize me. And so things started to move very quickly.
And we got here.
Yes.
real life.
Well, this looks like an ad for me. Which
It is, sir. It is, sir. Sir, ordinarily, I wouldn't do this, but
No.
for you, I would do it because you are an icon in our profession. You are a distinguished engineer, a distinguished broadcaster, and you trained many of us. I didn't have the privilege of working directly under you, but I actually was in broadcasting, let me say it proudly, when you were still in broadcasting. So I started in 1980, so 6 years later you were retired.
Yes.
But I still saw and followed stuff you did. More than that, sir, you are an example of a great Nigerian who served his country with all that he's got. So talking about your book is a privilege. And even at the end of the program, we'll put where and how people can buy this book. I'd like to thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming to grace our studios, and I look forward to the next time we'll be with you. Thank you so much, sir.
I feel honored. I've enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Actually, you honored us by coming. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It's been Timeless Conversations. This week, we had Engineer Vincent Maduka. Yes, he told you that Vincent Dele Maduka. Anytime his father said Ifeanyi Chukwu, there was trouble. But there was no trouble because I can't even call him Ifeanyi Chukwu. It's Engineer Vincent Maduka as my guest on Timeless Conversations for this edition. We look forward to next time that I'll bring another guest to you. Thank you for watching. Bye.
As the news brief. Abuja, Lagos and other major cities of Nigeria have been thrown into darkness following another collapse of the country's national electricity grid. The transmission company of Nigeria, TCN, confirmed this on Monday, December 11. The nationwide outage occurred in the afternoon, leaving power across the country in total darkness. According to the statement signed by Ndidi Mba, TCN spokesperson, restoration of national power is already ongoing. Although Mba said that power has already been restored in Abuja, a few other areas, investigation at the time of this report showed that the capital city was still in darkness. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says victory against terrorism is the best to the country. He explained that his government does not intend to lose the battle against the nation's enemies, but to preserve democracy and restore peace. The president stated this during the Chief of Army Staff Army Conference held at Memalari Cantonment in. The conference aimed to elevate or evaluate the review achievements and challenges of past military. While declaring the conference open, Tinubu said he will provide the enabling environment and support to defeat the battle against terrorism, banditry and kidnapping in Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu has expressed his condolences once again to the families of Nigerians who lost their lives in the recent and sad bombing in Tudunbiri, Kaduna State. Speaking at the palace of the Shehu Borno, Abubakar Ibn Almin Al-Kanemi, The president pledged that federal government will continue all within its powers to provide and care to the families of all affected by the remnants of Boko Haram in the state. The president declared that under his watch, security issues would remain top priority, but not limited only to battlefield concerns.
Very good. Then, I don't have worries anymore. I am very happy with your commander-in-chief, and I can assure you that we will continue to do our best to cater for your families and all the welfare program has promised to will be taken care of. That's why I come to see you, to salute you, and greet you from the ground of the You are doing very, very good job. And this country will never forget you. We thank all of you. You get that? Happy! Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless Nigeria.
The Borno State Governor, Professor Zulum, acknowledged the steady improvement in security through collaboration between the security agencies and the Borno State government. On his part, the Sheikh of Borno, asked the president to deliver his infrastructural interventions to areas that have been hard hit by the insurgency over the years. Amnesty International Nigeria has leveled serious allegations against Nigerian authorities in the Kaduna drone attack, where more than 120 civilians lost their lives. Issuing a statement on December 7, Sanusi, director of the rights organization, sharply criticized the military for offering conflicting accounts of the Tundunbiri incident. The tragic event resulted in casualties and injuries after drones owned by the Nigerian army bombed innocent civilians. Sanusi condemned the military's contradictory narratives, accusing them of attempting to obfuscate the results without conducting a thorough investigation or seeking justice for the deceased. He strongly decried the disregard for civilian lives and the increasingly routine deadly airstrikes on civilians as wholly unacceptable. President Bola Tinubu has again summoned the Ondo State Deputy Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa, the Speaker of the House of Assembly Olamide Oladiji, and others for a meeting at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Parties and stakeholders invited to the meeting to find a lasting solution to the political crisis occasioned by the continued absence of the governor in the state since his return from medical vacation cannot be confirmed. But recall that the state party chairman, the SSG, Princess Odu, son of the governor Babajide Akeredolu, representing Ondo South, Jimo Ibrahim, Ondo North, Jide, and Central District Adeniyi Adegbomire were present at the meeting held in November. The crisis rocking the Rivers State House of Assembly took a new turn as 27 members defected to the ruling People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress, APC. Correspondents gathered that the 27 members led by the Speaker, Amohule, announced their defection on the floor of the House during the reading on the floor of the House.
Written by the Right Honorable Barrister Dele Mawo, the Deputy Speaker of this House. He reads, the Right Honorable Martin Chika Mewule, DSSRS, Speaker, Rivers State Assembly, Moscow, Port Harcourt, Mr. Speaker, defection to the All Progressive Congress, APC. I write to bring to your attention my decision to leave the People's Democratic Party, PDP. This decision to leave the PDP is necessitated by the division in the People's Democratic Party, of which I was elected to this House. In particular, the tussle around when the National Secretary of the PDP is has now sharply divided the party and made it unclear as to who is the national secretary of the party, thereby making it difficult for me to chart an appropriate communication channel.
The crisis in the 32-member House had begun as a result of a rift between Fubara and his predecessor Wike, and is now, or who is now the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT.
109. And the condition for defection is division in the party. And there is clearly division in the People's Democratic Party. There are court processes as evidence, because the Constitution is also seeking for evidence, and the evidence is clear. All the court processes are hereby attached by all the members, and it is before the House, and the House has already before this time deliberated on all the issues in the PDP, and we feel there is sufficient division, and for that reason, members have the choice to move to the All Progressive Congress, as already indicated in these letters. Distinguished colleagues, I congratulate all the members for the decision, and what is important is the people that have elected us who will ensure that we deliver all that we have promised our people: good legislation, good representation. We will ensure that our people definitely get the dividends of democracy.
Meanwhile, the All Progressives Congress APC in Rivers State has expressed readiness to welcome additional defectors from the People's Democratic Party (PDP). APC spokesperson Chubike views the defection of 27 state assembly members as a significant positive shift for the party. With the influx of lawmakers into APC, Kinga anticipates improved governance in the state.
We commend the defectors, the assembly members. You see, 27 persons, 27 members cannot equate with 4. And if the governor of the state, who heads the executive arm of government in Rivers State, had decided to lend vent or give vent to the 4 persons over and above 27 persons, then you know that there is a complete anathema. It is not a thing anybody.
The National Secretary of New Nigeria People's Party, Olakosi Ogini, has described the purported coalition involving the party and 6 other political parties, that coalition of concerned political parties, as untrue. Ogini insisted that the party has not authorized any coalition with any political party, urging the public to disregard the involvement of NNPP in the purported coalition with the People's Democratic Party and the other 6 parties. He said this in a letter addressed to the Board of Trustees, chairman of the PDP, and made available to newsmen on Sunday evening. The party secretary cautioned the public to stop dealing with people who did not represent the interest of the NNPP. Following President Tinubu's student loan, stakeholders have charged to partner government at all levels in investing in the sector of the nation. Addressing journalists at a press briefing, Anamero noted that education should be a fundamental right, accessible by every child, as revealed in his plan to give free registration of senior school exam for over 10,000 indigent students in the state.
Notice that the final modalities that have been put in place for the equitable sharing of the 10,000 WAEC enrollment fee, which I promised to pay for all indigent students across Edo State who are billed to sit for the WAEC examination. This initiative is aimed at ensuring equitable access to education for children of Edo State. This is a reflection of my commitment to providing opportunities for every child to thrive and actualize their individual careers, as education remains the pivot for the development and prosperity of any society or nation. Therefore, In addressing this issue head-on, we have devised a plan to bridge the gap and alleviate the burden placed on economically disadvantaged families in our society. Education should be a fundamental right, accessible by every child, regardless of their socio-economic background. It is my firm belief that this initiative will empower the indigent students of Edo State, enabling them to compete at all levels, enable them to compete on a level playing field and unlock their full potentials. I encourage all stakeholders, including government agencies, educational institutions, civil society organizations, and philanthropic individuals to join hands with me in making this vision a reality by pulling our resources together and leveraging our collective strength to make a lasting impact, breaking the shackles of poverty and transforming lives through education. The sharing of free enrollment for senior school certificate exam to students in public schools will not only alleviate the financial burden facing families.
Kano State indigents living in Port Harcourt, the River State capital, under the aegis of Kwankwasiya River State chapter, have called the judiciary not to dash the hope of the masses in Kano State. They made the call during a prayer session held to support State Governor Abba Yusuf in what they described as the recent appeal judgment as judiciary judgment scandals in the March 18, 2023 governorship election in the state.
We know, however, the situation of human being, there is no more solution about for prayer. We believe with prayer can solve any problem that human being into. That's the issue of doing the prayer. This recently governor, he worked for about 8 months, but based on how we see Kano stand now, it's even more than that people will collect the Kano with them more than 8 years. This is the over 10 years. This is the recently year that we see people from nowhere. They are paying school fees to go abroad. We have a lot of hospitals that no more working. Then share, the other government has shared by themselves. Now, if you go into this hospital, they are treating people free. Yes. Give them medicine free. And all the materials supposed to be in the hospital, they are recently in the hospital right from now.
Please, judiciary, you shouldn't allow yourself and other people to be using you. We are looking at, it's a kind of influence of people of, from the Oga at the top and his boys wanted to collect this mantle of leadership systematically. Not that it's because Abba has not won that election. Let's allow the masses, since the masses has already spoken, they've spoken by electing Abba Yusuf Kabir. Let them allow Abba Yusuf Kabir to continue ruling. So please, Supreme Court is the last hope of masses. Let them do what they're supposed to do so that they will restore back hope, they will restore back this democracy to continue as we plan and as the way they teach us.
And I'm calling out that the Supreme Court should hear from us that we are suffering a lot. So the Supreme Court will help us and listen to the masses cry. He has done a lot. He has helped the poor, the youth. He has helped the as for the medical aspect, he has done a lot. Because we now, as the poor, we have been crying.
The House of Representatives Committee on Appropriation had an audience today at the National Assembly for very important MDAs to explain their budget projections expectations for 2024. The chairman of the committee, Honorable Abubakar Bichi, before grilling the heads of the MDAs present on tour of the ongoing exercise.
The 7 trillion may look very big, but considered our, inflation, exchange rate, and all of that, we believe that we really have to look into it and to support Mr. President to actualize his 8-point agenda. No matter how Mr. President wants to actualize his agenda, he needs some funds, he needs some money. And the only way for him to get money is through all these GOEs, and to see how we can interact with them, how we can have more funding to support Mr. President to actualize his dreams. That's the reason why we said, let's call all the GOEs and the Honorable Minister of Finance to see how we can move on, how we can get more revenues to support Mr. President to actualize his dreams for Nigeria. We believe that the budget was perfect, brilliant budget, but of course without funding, it's going to be...
The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, threw more light on the issues around government borrowing plans and constraints on the 2024 budget, amongst others.
The budget, it even indicates that we are looking to equity, we are looking to privatization, even though the estimates for revenue from there are relatively modest. But it's the direction of travel and intention that is important. So we'll be looking to get more revenue from across the board of government business, which means the government-owned enterprises, the parastatals, as well as looking to private sector investment.
The Minister of Works, Senator Umahi, has revealed that the Ministry of Works will insert a 15-year shelf-life insurance guarantee for the works and a maximum of 5% of variation clause in the contract.
We don't have overloading, on our roads. The truth is poor construction. And so when we have this 2%, the contractors will be bound to maintain the roads for 10 years, and they will do a drawdown on this 2%. And that's what we are proposing. So we say using asphalt is good, but you have to be bound by that 15 years, the road will not fail, and you will not come to ask us for more than 5% VOP. And using concrete is 50 years, and you are bound by the VOP.
In his opening remarks earlier, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Works, Senator Barinada Mpigi, representing Rivers East, urged the minister to ensure the budget of the ministry meets the yearnings of Nigerians.
Honourable Minister and team, with the principle of equity, justice and fairness, it's expected that the budget you are giving to us should reflect all Nigerians.
The Delta State government plans to rehabilitate the collapsed Bedesega Bridge in Patani local government area by January 2024. The contracting firm, whose completion was delayed by heavy rainfall, has assured completion in January. The bridge connects Bomadi, Burutu and Ugeli South and is the shortest access to Bayelsa State. Governor Sheriff Oborewere granted the contracting firm up to December 20.
Particular bridge is a strategic bridge for the fact that it leads to Bomadi local government, Burutu local government, and Ugeli South local government. Apart from that, it is also the shortest access to Bayelsa State on this part. So it's a very strategic bridge, and the residents were very concerned that the people of this area are predominantly Christians who would want to celebrate the Unitide, but the act of God has delayed this project from being delivered as he had anticipated on the 20th. But we do assure our people, Deltans, Bayelsans, and all those who will be flying this route that by the second week of January, His Excellency will be here to personally take over the project and possibly commission it.
For nearly 25 million people in need, the United Nations has only been able to reach a fraction, according to the head of the UN's humanitarian response in war-torn Sudan. But assistance to even those 4 million could soon stop, Clementine Nkweta Salami told AFP in an interview, if the chronic lack of funding continues. The UN's humanitarian coordinator for Sudan says 8 months into a conflict between rival generals that has torn the country apart, the situation is catastrophic. Aid workers have called it the forgotten war. On April 15, Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his former deputy Mohammed Hamdan Daglo who commands the paramilitary rapid support forces, turned their weapons on each other. We'll move now outside Africa, where Hamas said it was striking back Israeli forces across Gaza on the Palestinians, and international relief agencies said public order is disintegrating as hunger spread, fueling fears of mass exodus to Egypt. The narrow coast strip has been under a full Israeli blockade since the start of the conflict more than 2 months ago, and the border with Egypt is the only way out. Most of Gaza's 2.3 million people have been driven from their homes, and residents say it is impossible to find refuge or food in the densely populated enclave, with around 18,000 people already killed and conflict intensifying. In business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has suspended the processing fees on cash deposits above 500,000 naira until April 2024. The Apex Bank made the announcement in a circular signed by Adetona Adedeji, the acting director of banking supervision. On September 18, 2019, the financial regulator effected a charge of 3% for processing fees for withdrawal and 2% for deposits of amounts above 500,000 naira for individual accounts to promote cashless transactions. The CBN also directed banks to charge 5% processing fees for withdrawals and 3% for deposits of amounts above 3 million naira for corporate account holders. Prior to 2019, in February 2017, the Apex Bank announced plans to reintroduce charges on cash transactions involving huge amounts across the country. From business, we move to entertainment, where American rapper Cardi B has confirmed that she's no longer with her husband. The mother of two told her 169 million followers during a recent Instagram live session that she has been single for a while now. She said she has been meaning to disclose her current relationship status but didn't know how to go about it. Her revelation came hours after the rapper Blueface accused her husband, Offset, of sleeping with his baby mama, Christian Rock. However, Offset denied the allegation, saying that he has never talked to or touched Christian or Blueface's baby mama. Recall that Cardi B and Offset recently unfollowed each other on Instagram. The couple secretly married in 2017 and have since welcomed 2 children together. Cardi B filed for divorce from Offset in September 2020, but the two got back together in October. In June 2023, Cardi B publicly blasted Offset after he claimed that he cheated on him. And in sports news, Super Eagles and Napoli striker Osimhen has been named 2023 Men's Player of the Year. Osimhen, who finished ahead of Mohamed Salah and Ashraf, was announced the winner of the ceremony held in Marrakesh on Monday, 11th of December 2023. He became the first Nigerian men's player to land the award since Nwankwo Kanu in 1999. Also, he joins the late Rashidi Yakini, 1993, Emmanuel Amunike, Nwankwo Kanu, and Victor Ikweba as the only Nigerian men's player to be African Best Player. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Utienyi Orishawarami Elu, and I am joined in studio by two amazing, beautiful women, Omolola and NJ. Hello, ladies.
Hi.
We're not excited to
Hi.
be here. Monumental and auspicious day.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewing public, Nigerians far and wide, Ways is 4 years old today.
4.
I mean, I'm so excited by today. I don't even know. I've been awake. I left my house at like 6:30 this morning. By now, my energy should have dipped. It should have waned. But I'm just excited because I cannot believe 4 years.
4 years. I know. Time passes so fast.
It does.
So fast.
If Ways was a child, be a toddler right now.
Wow, actually. Wow.
We'll be talking, waddling, walking.
Oh, this is the crucial point, right?
Yeah, well, sort of, before you get into the school age of 5.
This is the crucial point.
This
where
is,
they are everywhere.
Omolola is looking so pensive.
I know.
I don't know if she's about to be emotional, about to have an outburst.
Yeah, I think it's one of those two. I'm just out here thinking, 4 years. Wow.
4 years, right?
Yeah. Feels like yesterday when I joined the team.
It feels like yesterday when you joined the team. It feels like yesterday when I was standing in the green room watching the first episode.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, for it to be 4 years, I remember our party at 2.
Yeah.
And it's just been a wonderful ride. But today we have a absolute cornucopia. This episode today is not the usual episode. Today we're here to celebrate. We're here to talk about all the wonderful things that Ways means to us, and what you mean to us as our viewers. So here's what we found as today's quote: "Whoever controls the media controls the mind." And that's by Jim Morrison. I think that's a very important quote for us here on Ways, because I think the concept of it really speaks to informing people, inspiring people, and influencing people to take action. So when we say Ways, it's a beautiful and wonderful thing. But what are your thoughts on the comments, on the quote, very quickly?
Whoever controls the media controls the mind. Not a lie. Is the truth in itself, whether you choose to believe it or not. We have seen the power of the media in so many ways. We've seen relationships, friendships, both business and personal, and even social, get rocked. They are both rocked due to something that came out in social media. Maybe I told you something and I told you not to tell anyone, and eventually someday we quarrel, and then out there is on social media. And it has been known to bring either good or bad.
It's incredibly powerful.
So it's a very, very important tool. That's the reason why we always have to be very careful what we put out there. And
there's a responsibility, a very, very strong responsibility.
And you know, they say the internet never forgets.
Never.
So you got to be careful.
Yep.
You don't want to, in a couple of years, someone Googles your name and they see something. Hey, God! And it's always the bad things that come up first. Yes. So, and then you're mature, you're having this kind of conversation, you know, you're sitting down beside the president and you just finished having a major conversation, thought-provoking conversation with maybe an ex-president or a current president, and then the next morning you wake up to a lovely video of you. Something you did 25 years ago.
Twerking on the dance.
Do you know that's one of my biggest fears? Twerking, you can call it, you can say youthful experience. Yeah, we all did it. But there are some things that you have done that should never make it
see the light of the day.
Because you just know that it's going to have an effect, and at that point in time, whatever you put on social media, you don't have you won't be given the opportunity to come out and say, so this is what happened at the time, or this was where my mental health was at the time, or this was the reason that happened at the time. You don't have any explanation. You can't even tell them that you are no longer that person.
Yeah.
So it's just it's better to avoid it.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, you're talking about social media. I think social media in itself has been hugely transformative, and it has increased the power of the media exponentially. Because traditional media, you had to be around a radio or a TV
physically,
you know. But now social media is in your hands. As long as you got a phone, you got data. It's right there. Whether you want the news or not, it's coming into your space, right? So really looking forward to this celebration that we have today. The Ways Show is 4 years old, and what a journey it has been. Happy birthday to us here at The Ways Show. To celebrate our big 4, we'll be having a very special episode as we journey through our experience over the past 4 years. Today, NJ and Omolola and Issy, who joins us via Zoom, we're all joining together to virtually celebrate this special day, and we look forward to having Uwa join us and some very special guests. But first, let's take a break and we'll be right back. Please stay with us.
And co-anchors.
Stand by. 6, 5.
And I am joined by my amazing co-anchors. We have Issy and Nasa. Hello. I was gonna call her Naza.
Not Naza. No, don't you dare. I think she's gone through that enough. Nasa with an S.
She was so traumatized.
She was appalled.
Issy, how you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
I'm good.
You're glowing, girl.
Oh, really?
Newspaper that we have 12.5 million Nigerian children. And currently, we have about over, the number wasn't actually stated, but we have about 5 to 14 years of age out of school or not having quality education. And we also have 61% of children who are between the ages of 6 to 11 years of age who are not in school.
Of the education sector to other uses. And so what this means is the already the education sector that is already not thriving, and we need to put more money in. So because the allocation from the government isn't enough as it is, and then it's been diverted. It doesn't even make sense. So some of the key challenges for education in Nigeria is poor infrastructure, teachers not getting paid enough. So he said the Senate needs to enact a law to penalize governments that are doing this, and he's concerned for the youth who then don't get into university because the infrastructure doesn't exist to accommodate the applicants that
Who has ever visited the Ministry of Education? Who has ever visited the Ministry of Education?
She was calm. She was relaxed, like she was unperturbed. Okay? But if somebody tells me that you have committed a crime,
the very eloquent and beautiful Issy Bakome Fodele. Ways has had a lot of wonderful anchors over 4 years. Issy is the oldest on the team, and she was actually on set on the very first episode, and Issy joins us now via Zoom. Hi, Issy. Hi, Issy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Happy birthday. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can. We're so excited to have you on set today. I was just saying how you were on the very, very first episode of Ways, and we'd like to just hear about your experience, what it's been like, and what your goodwill message is for the show on our 4th anniversary.
If I have to say what I've been through on the show, I have a lot to say, but I would work through a few things that we've gone through with Osayiwa Meh as a team. We've grown tremendously. I can't say how far we have come. When we started, we went through the auditions. We went to different channels for audition, and we ended up in Plus TV Africa. So it has been one challenge after the other, but we have been able to pull through all of these challenges. If not for the tenacity and doggedness of Osayiwa Meh and the ladies of Ways, I don't think we'll be standing here celebrating Ways at 4. So it has been a long journey for us. It's been fun. At the same time, we've experienced growth. At the same time, we are looking forward to a better future for Ways, where all the ladies in Ways will grow, and Ways as a brand will grow better than what it is today.
Absolutely. I love that you touched on the determination, the doggedness, and I'm certainly looking forward to hearing from Owa, because you summed it up real good. To make it through 4 years, it's definitely been amazing. Like I said, over the 4 years, we've had a whole bunch of different anchors. So we started with the old, and now we're moving to one of the new but older members of the team.
See, love we work, but you see, laws we also work. Yeah. If I take you to jail and you see somebody say go to jail.
Are you going to raise a petition?
We've raised petition tirelessly now. Continue. Take your message. Don't face me this night. It's not me. I'm not the cause of your problem.
Hi, ladies. With the precedent set last Saturday, the ruling government has lost the effrontery to correct any ills in the society because they allowed impunity to fester to the point of depriving the citizens of their legitimate right to vote. They lost any shade of authority to correct anyone for wrongdoing, and that is tantamount to anarchy.
Absolutely.
How ridiculous can we be as a people? How ridiculous can we as a people reject this?
So NJ is with us here in studio today, the lady of the many glasses and the many hairstyles, and a very distinct voice, if I will add that as well. What's your journey been like on Ways? How long has it been?
I think maybe a year thereabout. Yeah. But I know I've been on
a guest a couple of times.
And I have worked with Uwa on some other projects before now. So it's been a lovely experience, and I think I would say when I reflect, it's been a while, and a lot has happened within that time. Mm-hmm. I've been able to build relationships, mixed with other old and new anchors. So it's I've never done this before, even though it was what I studied. I studied mass communication.
Oh, really?
But I never really thought I would find myself behind the screen in any form. I always hid behind the camera. So, but the first time I was a guest on the show, I just told myself, I said, okay, now this is a different way you can be in front of the camera, because it's something, being able to provide solutions to people's problems, and give out the right information per time. It's very helpful to other people, and it's kind of like a responsibility, and it's something that I do in my daily life and in my normal 9-to-5 job. So doing it on screen, the only difference was that, and the part that I love is that I get to look at a screen and no one is looking back at me. So I'm not speaking to an audience, I'm speaking to an invisible audience. So it makes it easier to deal with. You don't have to think about people's reactions and stuff like that. But I have noticed also that over the years, it has greatly helped to even improve my daily life. So speaking now is easier and is more fluent. I was saying that last week I had a couple of conferences that I had to attend with my boss, and he threw me under the bus and just told me, "Oh, go up there. Oh, you're gonna do introduction." And I thought it was just a normal introduction until I saw what I was going to do or what I was supposed to say. And for some reason, with everyone, all my team members shaking for me, to an extent, I kind of just told myself, you've done this and you've been doing this for the last couple of months. So, just act like you're talking to that camera and then just say what you have to say. And I wrote down a couple of things and said it. And at the end of the day, he was very excited that, I was able to take up that challenge. So it generally improves you, and there's a lot of personal development therein, and there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of information. And being able to have that information and be able to, inform other people. So because you have to do some research, so you have to have information. You can't give what you don't have. So it makes you do certain things in yourself that helps to improve you as an individual, and thereby giving back to our viewers and all those out there. So I would love to say, even as the journey continues, we will continue to improve and get better. Happy 4th birthday. And we hope that we'll continue to get bigger as a group and better even as a show. Happy birthday, Will.
Thank you so much, NJ. The next anchor / do everything person has a very interesting journey on Ways.
I had like menstrual issues, and then it was really hard for me to even be able to track or to understand what was going on. And then I realized, well, enough is enough. I can't leave this to myself. So I saw the app, and some of them were asking for money, some of them were saving. So it kind of discourages you for a bit. But ever since, that's 2 years ago, ever since I've been using the app, I don't even stress. Sometimes I don't even remember my period. But it's like the moment I check the app, that's when I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be tomorrow. I check. But then it doesn't mean they do not need that information. Right. They do not need to have a limit, because you find out that most people that don't have access to these things, when they start to get to a certain age.
So I take some small pride in this particular young lady's journey on Ways. But I'll let someone else share her story.
Hi.
Hello.
Happy birthday, Ways. I've been on Ways for 2 years now? And it feels longer, and I think my favorite thing about Ways is just watching everyone grow. I used to feel like, oh, I'm young, I have energy, but then I'm with these older people that keep like surpassing expectations. So far on Ways has been one of continuously redefining myself. I mean, look at me, I'm in front of the camera, I'm usually behind the camera. Right now I'm in front of and behind the camera all at once. And I mean, who would have thought I would have been able to do that?
She's got magical powers, folks. I mean, it is a fantastic story, from intern to do everything, fix everything, to producer extraordinaire. It's been definitely an amazing 2 years having you on the show.
Thank you. It's been amazing being here.
So I think we have another clip coming, and this one is my favorite. Yes, I'm biased. Thank you. Is a program set up by the Nigerian government during the military regime to involve Nigerian graduates in nation building and the development of the country. There is no military command.
It was just an opportunity for some people and to even get out of their house.
Was that your first time in Abuja when you served?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you had some experience with the town already?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. But you can never... NYSC in Abuja is at
I'm still in touch with my boss as well. So all of these things, I think, the question for me in wanting to hear what your experiences were like is the first part of it that says, is NYSC still worth it? One of the things that I took away from that camp was meeting so many people from all over Nigeria. That for me, my camp was very well blended with people from all over Nigeria. So in case you didn't notice, that was my clip. For me, media is my passion. Media is my calling. Let me put it that way. As we celebrate for today, I am excited. I know I've said it a few times, because this is probably the longest I have spent on one single show. I've always done media. Ways for me is a labor of love. It's an opportunity to do something that I'm extremely passionate about, which is to spread logical information and to educate people and cause Nigerians to see Nigeria and my fellow Nigerians the way I see them through my eyes. I hope that over the last 4 years, I've been able to give something to each and every one of our viewers and and to bring some insightful information to your screen. So that's been my goal, and I hope I've achieved it, and I hope that for the next 4, the next 5, and maybe even the next 10, that I continue to get the opportunity to do that. So happy anniversary to Ways. Please stay with us. We've still got a lot more. We'll be right back.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Welcome back. Uwa is here with us. She's not here physically, but she's here virtually to tell us all about this wonderful concept and why we're sitting here today, 4 years later, celebrating. Hi, Uwa, are you there?
Hi, Uti. Hello everyone. Hi, NJ. Hi, Omolola.
Hi, Uwa.
Hi, Isi. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So, I don't think there's anything I have to say again. Apologies. We have work. Parallax Consulting is the one paying our fees, so we have to work. But I don't think there's anything else I want to really add, because I am. What I would want to say is, I mean, this that we're doing right here gives me so much joy. It gives me so much fulfillment, knowing that, you know, it's one thing for you to have a vision, it's another thing for other people to carry that vision, you know, and hold it dear to their heart as though it were, you know, their vision as well. So I'm super grateful. I don't take it for granted for every single member of the team that has been a member of WAYS from inception. We all have been amazing women. I mean, just watching some of the old clips brings a bit of nostalgia, but I'm grateful. The call for WAYS has always been, passing the right information, transforming lives, right? And I know so many people that they never had experience with TV, coming, just encountering us on WAYS, and, their lives have transformed. I mean, so many people have gone into politics, gotten some appointments. I mean, it's just been one testimony after the other, and I'm grateful to the platform that we eventually chose. I mean, Isi was with us on our very first episode where we shot. We were supposed to air somewhere else, but God did not want us to be there, so we then moved, and we've been with Plus TV for the past 4 years. So we're grateful for that, and we're hoping that it's going to be bigger, it's going to be better. And I just want to say thank you to every member of the team. I think, sometimes you know that, yes, these people, they've got you, right? That's the kind of confidence that I have with the women on WAYS. Like you rightly said, Uti, it's a labor of love. It's not something that, if you say, okay, maybe it's financially rewarding or something. And this is, what people are always used to now. It is something that it has to be financially rewarding for them, for it to make sense. But, that has not been our story on WAYS. It has never been our story. Our commitment or our motivation has never been financial. It's the fact that every member of the team truly believes that their voice counts and can change and transform lives, right? We can truly make a difference. And I love the quote for today. And that's the call for WAYS. We understand the power of media, and we know what media can do in terms of transforming the minds of people. Once you're able to transform a mind, you have transformed that life. So, and that's our call for WAYS. We are very, very deliberate about, mind transformation and making sure that we, even in our topic selection, the kinds of things we talk about, of course, again, we're passionate about small businesses, we're passionate about your health, your mental health, your well-being. We're passionate about personal growth and development. And that's why you can hear testimonies like NJ saying that even her personally, and what's her name, Omolola, personal journey, you've grown. I mean, I watched myself, I said, now, wow, things have changed though. We have been upgraded. But hey, we give God all the glory. I remember that our tiny table, oh my God.
That was so small. The tiny chairs, you remember the table, I remember the chairs. You sort of had to you balance on one side.
Complaining about that chair. Wanted to frustrate you. Look at the tiny table that Isi, Nata, and I sat in. I said, oh my gosh, we've really grown. And, it can only get better. It can only get. I'm grateful for the past 4 years, and we know that bigger things are coming. So I'll stop here because I know we have a lot of people, to speak with. But thank you again, everyone.
Absolutely do. Thank you, Uwa. Thank you for the vision, and thank you for keeping the team and WAYS going. Like Uwa said, we have been here, and there have been a lot of ladies around this table as co-anchors. We have had, at any given point in time, I think there's about 9 or 10 anchors if you sort of see the montage we've had. And I think the main thing to mention, I think is really unique about WAYS is we're not media people. We're all subject matter experts in different areas of our lives, whether it be customer experience, whether it be law, entertainment, public speaking, development, MSME experts. We've had all sorts of wonderful, beautiful, and bright women on the show, and we're going to run through a clip very quickly to celebrate them all.
Uti, sorry, quickly, can I just say something before you run through that clip? Just one thing, because what you just pointed out, I wanted to just quickly touch on it, that it was important that we brought women that were not, your regular TV people. They were 9 to 5 women that had their day job, but they were also passionate about the things that concern the nation. So it was a blessing finding those women, out of their busy schedules, coming every night after close of work to come and, contribute to the conversations that happens on WAYS. We were very deliberate and intentional about the kind of women, and we've been so blessed to have every single member of the team. Yeah. I'll keep quiet now.
So I think we have a clip coming up.
Yeah.
know, right? It's a lot. I mean, as it was playing, I was just thinking, wow, lawyers, politicians, like literally, that is the gamut of smart, leading, beautiful ladies. And we have some of our, I will say, co-anchors, forever sisters, who have been part of this team. Alumni, thank you, who are also joining us here today. So I think we have AK Jojo, Akanima Ojo, our CEO, country manager, SME expert. The list goes on, and I'm still talking about the same woman. Hi, AK.
Hi. Well, I was expecting that introduction. Well done. On the same clip, but thank you. That was so powerful. Hi. I would say.
We've loved having you on the show. I mean, I was just watching through some of the clips, but what was the highlight for you, your time on Ways?
Well, for me, it would be the friendship. It would be being amongst very powerful women that knew exactly what they wanted out of life. We were very intentional women. And to have this bunch of women in one room and not quarrel on set, it's a blessing. Nobody would believe it. I spent 2 years on Ways, approximately 2 years, and I had never come to quarrel on set. Never. I think the most upset we were being, probably we were running late and then the camera wasn't set properly. That was only, and it was just little things, but we never had the women quarrel. And I could pick up my phone and call anybody. I called about 2 weeks ago or last week. I was a problem and I needed help. But that ability to be able to have these characters in the room express themselves, be themselves, and still give to the audience authenticity is something that is rare. That is something I enjoy, and that is something that's uncommon. You have these shows everywhere, international, local, and you would hear news on social media about two hosts, people are quarreling, somebody doesn't like what somebody's wearing, or somebody's dissing someone. But it has never happened on Ways. And for me, that was, apart from having a platform where we came to express ourselves and contribute to society, especially as it concerns women, children, SMEs, and the underprivileged, the fact that you can form honest friendship that radiated through our speaking, we're not just coming to talk, but we're living it. That for me was the pinnacle of everything that happened on Ways. And thank you for being the kind of person that you are, and for allowing us to be the kind of people that we were and still are. Thank you.
Absolutely. And like you said, it's a family, it's a journey. Today we have called and you have answered, so it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I think I also spied another person that I will call is Labor of Love. Norma is our beauty expert, public speaker extraordinaire, like Poshko. Thank you. Norma wears many hats. Not to mention she's mommy. She's literally, it's just plenty things. Hi Norma, it's so great to see you. Thank you for joining us. What's your journey been like?
Hi UT. Hi everyone. Thank you for having me.
You look amazing as always. Can
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations, Ua. 4 years. I can't even believe that 4 years is gone since we started this experience. And it's been a great journey. I mean, some of us have been working in the sidelines or behind the scenes, but just observing generally the growth with the women, the growth with delivery and presentation. And for me, I always love Upgrade. Anyone that knows me knows that I love Upgrade. Anything that is forward thinking and progressive, trust me, I am there. And I'm so happy for Ways because it started as a dream. It started as something that was just in the mind, and trust her, she's always having so many ideas coming up in her head. Oh, I should do this, I should do that. But when this came out, it was birthed from a place of real hunger for a change, for some kind of change in the direction of young people, young talent, to help people to have a rethink and a recalibration of their minds in the way they think about the world in general. So it's not just about face washing or just shallow thinking, but really thinking deep about how our actions or how our behavior changes the narrative everywhere we find ourselves. And that's what I love about Ways, the fact that it helps you to take away something to think about and see how you can even plug in and be like the solution. That's what really it's about. And that's what drew me to the caliber of women, the people that just involved. It's a family, it's become a family. And anyone that comes in finds their place. You're not trying to be somebody else. You're original, you're authentic. So this is a very beautiful place to grow. Coincidentally, I'm doing a program in broadcast performance because having had that background and seeing what it can be like, I said, let me even go